Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching this, welcome to the Gaming Circle podcast. The podcast where usually we tend to try and have some fun, but for some reason, one reason or another, for some reason, we tend to come back and have we're trying not to circle jerk this, but for some reason we're having the same conversation over and over again with different twists on it. But these are important conversations to have, and of course, as y'all know, I continue to have this conversation with my brother from another mother, the man who some think is my evil twin, the one who brings the slander level to higher levels than sometimes called for, but still we appreciate the man. Mr. Everborn Saga, how you doing this fine Saturday morning?
First of all, I'm the good twin, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he is the Malcolm to my Martin, but we'll keep it moving. How you doing today? What's going on? How you feeling? I'm talking to you there, sir. Everborn.
Me. Okay, I thought you had moved on to Forte.
No, not yet. I'm still on you.
I'm just out here playing 12 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out this mystery. A lot of people say it's polarizing. It's not polarizing. It's annoying when you can't figure something out. But when you do,
it's a beautiful thing. It's yes, it is. It's amazing.
I had to put down the Ascent for this, and then I hope I can finish this before Psychonauts 2 comes out next week, and then. After I'm done with Psychonauts 2, I'm going to go back to the Ascent. And by the time I'm done with that, hopefully the price will
bugs
drop
will be
on
working.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yes. We'll work on that. We're going to get there.
I'm on team. Don't give these people your money day one until
all the bugs are worked out. Yes.
Or you feel like the price is right for you. You don't have to rush out to prove that you're a super fan by giving these billion and trillion dollar corporations.
He's leading with it. He's leading with it.
I'm just saying.
But you know what? We're getting there. We're gonna get there, and we're gonna have a lot of that. But as you mentioned, we are joined this week by the second half, the other half of the DPS crew, the DPS power team, Mr. Gaming Forte. How you doing, sir? Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh man, it's great to be here, man. I'll be checking y'all out when I'm on my way to work. Today is one of those days that I don't open at my store, so I actually close.
Appreciate
so
you
it's
going.
Like I can do this. Yes. But look, man, every time I see you guys together, I just instantly remember when me and SloMo first started. And it's like it's like looking at a mirror. Literally like looking at a mirror right now. And I'm super proud of the things you guys do and stuff because it's genuine. Because I could definitely tell you guys have a love and a respect for each other, but y'all ain't gonna take crap from each other either.
Hell no, man.
And that's the thing I respect the most.
That's why I like you and Forte. That's why I watch y'all stuff so much because it's the same way. Yeah, but genuine, passionate. Yep.
Forte is the level-headed one in the bunch. He's the smart one. SloMo with all this PC nonsense.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That is uncalled for. And you know what? You laid that out, and I will say this here. I've said this on previous episodes. There hopefully will one day be a Gaming Circle Cross DPS podcast, a 4-man team where y'all can have it out. And myself and Forte can sit back and eat some popcorn watching y'all.
Oh yeah, we can make it happen.
I feel like there's a pause in there somewhere. There's a pause in there somewhere.
I was moving quickly along, but you can pause if you so choose.
No, go ahead.
You need to take the pause?
No, I'm good.
Understood.
Nah,
so,
man.
all right, well, this week is going to be real fun. There's a lot of conversation going on. Nothing new as far as new things that you haven't heard of, right? These conversations have been happening. This week has been, really full of it. Like a lot of the conversations about the Halo and Skyrim and Square Enix and People Can Fly and all that. We'll get into all of that, but we'll do it with the main idea that there's something happening in the gaming space that we want to point out and maybe hopefully see if we can circumvent. But before we get there, like you said, Everborn, let's start where you were. You're playing 12 minutes. You played the Ascent. What else are you playing today?
So it's 12 minutes. It's the Ascent. I also just bought Scarlet Nexus because I didn't feel like it was worth $60 to me. I know a lot of people like that game, but I played the demo. And I was a little turned off by the demo, but I said I'll give it a shot at 35. So That may have to make it in there until we get to, because what are the big games we have coming this year? I know Forte, I know you know, but like aside from Halo and aside from Forza, what are the other big games that are coming this year?
What, Call of Duty? We just found out the release date for that.
Shit.
Battlefield.
I'm playing Battlefield. I don't care what you say.
See, to me, the big games are small games. To me, it's like the Gunk is a big game that I'm looking forward to.
Kenna Bridge of Spirits in September.
Right. Big game for me. Yes, that's for sure.
So for me, those are kind of the biggest ones. And if Crossfire X comes out, and I'll tell you about Battlefield 2042, and I think it's actually a little bit funny. They got rid of entirely. They didn't delay the campaign in they
got rid of the campaign, and no one complained because they went, that's not what we're here for anyway.
Right. So they got rid of that, and for me, that's the only reason I was going to play Battlefield 2042 because I don't really play online. Right.
Me too.
So for me, I have no problem with the price tag of a quality game. I would have paid $70 if there was a campaign, but there were a lot of people that were sort of like, when I said, you're getting half a game, and that's not right.
You see,
because
Forte?
They're charging you $70.
We're just talking about games we're playing, and he's already bubbling over with the slander. He's already there, man. He's there. He's bubbling.
I'm just saying. A lot of those same people are not very accepting of what's going on.
The energy's not being kept, is what you're saying.
Right? But anyway, 12 minutes. Are you playing 12 minutes, Forte?
Actually, I'm gonna start tonight because I'm off work tomorrow and then off on Tuesday and Wednesday too. Just been kind of crazy with Battlefield stuff, not Battlefield, with Madden stuff, preparation for that stuff at the store and stuff. And then still in my Destiny hype. It's the end of the season, so me, Luca, and our homeboy Taz has been finishing up a little bit of the housekeeping on that. But tomorrow is nothing but brand new game day for me. I got to go through. I got to finish playing the Ascent. I'm still playing Scarlet Nexus. 12 minutes. I was watching SloMo stream the other day on Twitch and just watching this man go through all the stages of grief of trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
The frustration levels in that game can be high.
Hold on,
real
Forte,
high.
Did you play Death's Door?
I did.
That is my game of the year right now.
Yes.
You finished Death's Door?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Did you finish it? Did you get the real ending?
No, not yet. I got to go back through it for that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we didn't finish it. No, we didn't finish it. But no, I'm going back because I probably agree with you, Everborn. That game, when I first saw it at the reveal, I was like, man, a crow with a lightsaber in his hand. This looks incredible. And it actually snuck up on me. And that's the thing that's kind of been going on over the last the last month. It's just been so many different games that people knew were coming, but they just weren't like on your radar because they're not these super huge big games. And then next thing you know, you look up and you like, how's this person playing that already? And you look, it's like, oh, it's available. Because that's how Death Doors was for me.
It just showed up. Yeah,
I didn't know till 2 days later that Death Doors was out. And I was like, oh, got to go download it. And
this is a man that works at a store. So that tells you what the normal man's feeling.
And I missed it. It was $16.99 if you would have bought it before it came out. And
I actually dragged my feet on that because
I tried to help him.
Kay was telling me about it. And he was like, yo, you're going to love it. It's like Zelda. And I was like, hold on.
So good.
Pump the brakes.
It's so good.
Don't just be comparing games to Zelda like that, right? And I was like, yeah, it looks all right, but it's no Zelda. And then I tried it, and I was like, oh, this score? Oh, the way this? This
the feel,
this
the
nice.
score, the moment-to-moment gameplay.
That level, the level of polish on that game is like what I have not seen from any of these AAA games in the last I don't know how long. And I don't care. You name the game.
No, I hear you.
It is not that balanced and polished. Now, one other thing I do want to say. Yeah. We're talking about all these games, and I feel like a lot of people, and maybe this is for later, but I'll just bring it up now so I don't forget. A lot of people, they style themselves as real gamers, but they really only playing one kind of game, right? And the problem with that to me is if you saw somebody and they told you they were a film buff, but they only watch MCU movies, you would laugh them out of the room. But here in the gaming community, we don't do that. But go ahead.
No. I see where you're going, and hold on to that because we're going to have more of that. As for what I've been playing, pretty much the same as you guys. I've been playing. I rolled credits on the main campaign of the Ascent yesterday. I put down Death's Door because I'm at the Lord of Doors, and that man is just frustrating as hell. So I just had to I had to step away for a moment, and then I went and dealt with the Ascent, the main campaign, and I'm coming back to Death.
Did you get past that ice thing where you get to the shrine that you had left?
I eventually got to it. It's like, and for those who haven't played, it is every annoying Ice Mario level you've ever played combined into one, with a timer included, which is like the most annoying thing. But we got through it.
That is the hardest part of the whole game. Forget about the bosses. It is that one that on the mountain where you got to go through that curve,
ice curve,
arrows.
Yep. I was there. That annoyed me for weeks. I had to step away for a while, come back, and I've passed that point. Now I'm basically just at the Lord of Doors. I'm at that point where you need to get all 50 of the little seeds. I think I'm 94% complete with that. Besides that, I have everything else. So pretty soon I'll get back to it and hopefully put that to bed. When 12 minutes showed up, it just showed up on me, and I installed it a few days ago, and I was like, all right, let me give it a shot. And myself and Everborn were going back and forth, and we were both very annoyed at some point. But for some reason, I don't know what happened, something clicked in my mind, and I was able to break through that frustration and got very far very quickly.
And then he started spoiling everything for me.
No, I did not. I did not. I warned you, and I gave you hints, but I did not spoil. And I will say that to anybody who hasn't played 12 minutes, do not get spoiled, and you may have to also retrain your brain. It is very much video game speak, this game, but it's not what you're used to. So you may have to, but that's all I'll say. No spoilers there.
Let me ask you something about 12 minutes, though.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you think it would have been better served as a Telltale type game?
I don't know about that. I see where you're coming from with that, because audiences are more used to that, and your idea of your adventure game is now a thing of the past, and because of that, a lot of people had immediate frustration with the gameplay, right? You come for the story. There's nothing else. Graphics aren't there. Nothing else. Gameplay is not there. It's the story and how it unfolds and how you make it unfold. So I remember some people, I think your brother on the other show we do said that it's like PS2, PS1 era graphics. I think that's a feature, not a bug. But not necessarily because, yes, it did. And I'll tell you why. Not necessarily because, yes, he's the developer is a single developer with help from freelance artists and whatnot.
And $1 million actors.
And $1 million actors, yes. Who, by the way, hot take, some of them weren't so great. I'll just say that, but we'll get back to it.
James McAvoy has been getting a lot of smoke for his performance now,
deserve it.
Willem Dafoe is on point in everything he does ever.
Yes, and so was what's her name? I forget her name. Daisy Ridley. So was she. I only think that only one. Two of the three came to play.
No. I don't think I don't think it's that he didn't come to play. I think you see this a lot.
He's not used to the medium.
No, not the medium. It is very hard for some British people to do, and I think he's like Scottish or something like that.
He's Scottish, yes, indeed.
For them to do American accents, and what you're hearing is not bad acting, and it's
frustration with translation of the accent.
You don't like his portrayal of the accent, and a lot of people.
But you know what? I've seen him, Professor X, and all of that. He is on point with his accent there. Maybe it's the visual missing from his delivery.
But again, Professor X is a more well-spoken dude who pronounces his words better. He's trying to play a working man. Here,
and that makes it a little difficult.
The everyday person,
I get that. But okay, I hear you, and I think we should possibly have, like, not necessarily a spoiler cast conversation after this is said and done, but possibly delve more deeply into the story, have some spoilers. But I will say specifically for this this TV. See, it might be a TV show. It could be a TV show specifically for this this game. Avoid spoilers at all costs until you've at least beaten the game, until you've gotten to a point where you understand it, because it is all spoilers. That's all it is. There's no gameplay. Graphically, it's not really there. And about the graphics, I think it needed to be this way because the emphasis needs to continue to be on the story. And people are so focused on other things.
I disagree. Just because the graphics are good doesn't mean you can't focus on the story.
Sure, but don't you realize
it's all about story, but those graphics are there. Right?
Sure, like, but what is the graphic? What is The Last of Us usually about? It's about everything besides the content of what the writer put on page. It's about everything else. It's about why did people spend so much time dealing with, well, look at the graphics of this versus the graphics of that. Oh, well, I didn't like that. Spoiler alert for Last of Us 2. What they did to this character versus they didn't interface with the game how I think the writer and director wanted them to interface with the game, because there was so much of it. Everybody spent so much time on this aspect that didn't really matter, that aspect that didn't really matter. They really wanted you to interface with the story, and because there was so much other drama surrounding it, that story got lost in the shuffle a bit, in my opinion. And this stops that from happening. All you have is a story. Everything else is less than to the story.
Trash graphics, so everybody can agree the graphics
yes,
are trash.
That's right. We're here for the story. Nothing else is important. We're here for that story.
I don't know if I agree with this.
It does work, though.
I mean, definitely it works. It just I don't know. I gotta have both.
Yeah. Well, you play the game, Forte, tonight. Play it, get into it. We can chop it up again.
I'm not saying it needs to be, what's a game like? I'm not saying it needs to be Ratchet and Clank graphics.
Sure,
right?
sure.
I'm saying like they could have done something. And again, hear me out.
I'm here.
What about the whole single camera angle? How do we feel? Does it need to be top down all the time?
So okay. What I will tell you about that, and that also speaks to the graphics and everything you're talking about here. All right. I'm not saying it needed to be ugly or whatever. I'm not saying that. Okay. But this is a single developer who, through connections and luck or whatever, was able to connect to Annapurna, connect to Xbox, get all this done. What you're describing would require a lot more budget, and I think that would have been like incorrectly spent, because the game as it stands now, with the graphics looking the way it does and the camera angle looking the way it does, completely fulfills what they needed it to fulfill. Graphics would have made it shinier, yes, but it wouldn't have added anything that they wanted to add.
Yeah, I agree with him. To that point, I do agree. All games don't have to be of that quality. I mean, there's pixel art games out there that kind of do the same exact thing.
And this game is so focused on the story that it makes everything else superfluous. It's so focused on that story. Even more than Last of Us Part 2 is. Like, this is all story. If they could just give you a guy reading the story and then have you make your choices, they would. This is like Bandersnatch from Netflix. That's what this is. If they could find a way of just making it one button to get you to the story, that's what they wanted to do. It wasn't even about the gameplay. At least that's what I can tell from what I've played so far. But no, I do understand that, had the graphics been a bit shinier, had it been more, people would have gravitated it towards it in that way. But even now, with the graphics the way they are, I think people are still speaking on it very highly.
Oh yeah.
The frustrations are where the frustrations are, and let's be clear, there are damn frustrations in this game. There are damn frustrations. But when you get past it, it's like killing a boss in any of the Souls game. It's the euphoria of finally getting past that point is really high. But all right, so we've been playing some interesting stuff, and we're gonna keep discussing the stuff we've been playing and as we go along in this topic. But I want to keep Forte's time in mind. I know you're not going to be available for the entire show, so let's move on to the reason why we're here. And I actually think it's probably going to be the big topic of the day, and we're going to spend a lot of time on it. So a lot of folks have been having conversation, and while we're talking about what we've been playing this week, I spent a lot of time, real quick aside, playing a Avengers, the Black Panther expansion on the PlayStation 5. It's a whole different situation. It's a whole different conversation that we may get back to, but in the here and now, let me put some small video, some gameplay clips from that while we have this conversation. I enjoyed what I played of it. We can get back into it, and I'll tell you the problems I may have had or whatever in a little bit. But okay, so this week there was a lot of conversation, and I have a few topics that I brought just to emphasize my point. But obviously, there's other points to be made, other conversations that were had, and you guys are free to bring that up as well. This has been an issue that has been with us for quite some time now. We always talk about it. We've had that toxicity in gaming. We've talked about black folks in gaming and all the harassment and all of this and that. And now this same conversation is taking on a different twist, you know. But Everborn brought this to my attention, and I thought it was kind of interesting. So I want him to elaborate on that. We've had a few cases here and there, right? Initially, we're talking about like the I think the first story that really solidified, that brought this to the forefront and people started talking about it, was when Square Enix, when People Can Fly announced that Outriders didn't make, well, they don't have any money from it, right? They got their initial payment, but they didn't get any residuals, and they don't know the numbers because their contract dictates that certain numbers must be hit before residuals can be made, and their publisher has not shared that with them, right? That was the crux of the situation. I mean, you can read into it. For those who haven't heard and who want to read further, I will make sure I put some sources for all of these in the show notes. But basically, it was, from what I could tell, it was the developer outcry saying, "Hey, you know, by all accounts, this was a success. At least that's what the publisher had said, right? People are playing it. There's news all over the place about how good it is, but we've got no residuals. You know, by the mark of its success, we can't see that because it didn't come to us, right? That was the story, right? And then between a short amount of time, it morphed into something completely different. It morphed into and you know, Twitter Spaces and a lot of folks within the community, which we respect. You know, I personally respect a lot of the voices in the community who have been doing this for as long as they've been doing it. So you go in there and you start listening, and I'm just like, did they read something different than I read? It just seems a little. It seems a little bit like far-fetched, the takes that are being had here. So, Everborn, you were with me on this initial journey when we started having this conversation, and we saw the spaces and what was going on. Please, you know, tell me your thoughts, because you participated in a lot of this stuff. So
yes,
please go ahead. Let's get the ball rolling.
That was against your advice that I participated in.
Hey! I'm just saying, this is what happened.
No.
What do you think?
I'll say, right, like, you know, you told me, you was like, Steve, man, you got a brand to protect. Remember why you got into this thing in the first place? You are going in here trying to have conversations with people who are not there to have a conversation. They're not there to have their minds potentially changed. They are there to bloviate, so to speak. And in my own hubris, I went in there.
I love this, man. It's beautiful. This is great.
I said, you know what? I can handle that because their logic is so ridiculous that I can just go in there and dismantle what they're talking about. And maybe we can get to a place of having a good conversation, and maybe I can make those people not agree with me, but at least understand why they feel the way they feel and why they're so gosh darn angry.
He said it just like that. Gosh darn angry.
Right? And I go in there, and it is just it is a shit show of a shouting match of people preaching to their individual choirs, and they're praising the altar of whatever corporation they worship. And you really don't get to a meaningful conversation. And I'm not saying this to any one particular group, because this is sort of what I mean when I say
it's a pox on all their houses. I agree.
Right.
Yes.
And because there's a lot of people coming in and saying things like the data shows, and SloMo brought this up, and then no data. You ask them what data, where, how did you learn this? And
Google
they'll say,
it.
go look at Google.
Google it. That's right.
And a lot of us are sort of, and I'm again, this is not geared towards any specific group. We will get to the people can fly thing and how there's a lot of hyperbole, you know, and everybody reads things to the worst logical conclusion when they hear it coming from one side, and then the other side, it's never, they don't do that on the other side. That's when the level heads come. But what the point that I'm trying to make is we can't have, you see, we got one of them. We got one of the offenders in the chat already.
Here we go. Welcome.
Here it comes. So the point is, all these people talking about having honest conversations don't really want to have honest conversations. They just want you to say you are as angry as them. You know who I'm talking to. But anyway.
Oh man, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be so fun.
So the point is, and it is not, and I like on a serious note now, it is not just PlayStation guys that do it.
No, it's definitely not. Yeah.
They pretend like they don't, but everybody does these things, and they just want you to tell them that you agree
right
with them.
Yeah, you want to tell them that they're right. That's all that this whole purpose is for. Yeah,
I hope that we can get to a place where we don't have to agree, but we can have honest discussions. And it's too much of I'm angry about this, so if you're not angry, then you're a zealot.
Yeah, basically.
Right.
Basically,
and that is all that serves to do is an easy way to write off whoever you're debating so that you don't have to debate the context of what they are saying. You can just put them in this straw man box and say, look, they're damage controlling, or they are all groupthink, or they're all, you know, coming at this from pain, or they're all corporate slaves. And that's not really the thing. People have different opinions, and let's debate things in context and not just say, well, whatever you have to say is because there's an ulterior motive there. And I think if we, I know there are a lot of people debating in bad faith, but if you assume that everyone's debating in good faith, and we can all do that, then we can sort of have these discussions about these things. So that's why I want to leave it for now. I want to.
That's a very diplomatic answer, man. That's good. How about you, Forte? I know you know what happened here as far as the actual content of what was being discussed. You know, Square Enix versus People Can Fly. I also know you heard what was being discussed by the public. What do you think about this juxtaposition that's going on?
Oh man, sometimes I have to remember that everybody has a right to their opinion, but it doesn't mean that everybody's opinion actually makes sense. They don't
have the right to their own facts, as they say.
Basically, but the biggest thing for me is it just comes back to it's not really about the contents of what's going on. It's just about having a narrative to speak on something that you may be slightly against or just don't too much care about in the first place. But it kind of just gets the conversation started to actually make your points that you kind of been talking about for the last month, or probably in some people's cases for the last 10 years. Just another reason to say, oh yeah, this is why this is happening. And I've been talking about this for a while, and we said this is going to happen. And this is this furthers the case of it actually happening. So it's like a bunch of different scenarios that kind of happen to have these outrageous takes, you can kind of say. And it's not just on one side, it's kind of on both sides. It goes, it's not even like one side beats on the other side more than the other. It's just like, no matter what happens, it's always a conversation where it just seems like everything's taken to 3,000 instead of it just being like a normal conversation for the most part.
Yes.
You know, so
a normal conversation by normal people who may have problems, who may have actual genuine concerns about what's going on, but it's not the end of the damn world.
But that's the thing that it always comes down to for me. It's like every time I started looking at, first of all, I'll go look at these spaces and I'll click on the name. I'll see the list at the top. I'll click on it. And as soon as I click on it, I see who's in there. And I'm like, oh, I already know what this is going to be like. Even if there could be some of the most level-headed people in there, but there are certain individuals that just have they just have this narrative around them. No matter how good or how bad something is it's not gonna ever be this in the middle type conversation. It's gonna be slanted in one direction without any based on facts and stuff that really can't even be quantified, because it's not even something that it's all opinion based at that point. And now my biggest thing is, if people just want to argue opinion basis, you can do that all you want till you blue in your face
all day. Everybody has an opinion. That's right.
But when you go on these different platforms and you talk about all this different stuff and you make it seem like it's factual, and you're bringing a whole bunch of stuff, like you're bringing up articles of what other people say and opinions of what other people say that are also opinions. Like, let's just go back. Let's just take what the developer said. Do I think, first of all, this isn't an Xbox or a Game Pass situation. This is
not at all.
This is all about Square Enix at this point.
And that's why I said Square Enix versus People Can Fly. That's why the title is Square Enix versus People. That's what this is.
But the thing that people are hanging, and this is where I say that opinion piece goes. People are taking the fact that the developer, his opinion is the fact that it's in Game Pass, it kind of hurt the narrative around their sales.
That's right.
That's what his opinion is. So they're taking his opinion just because it's a developer saying it and it's the game that they developed on as a factual thing. No, that's
even when it's not.
That's his opinion of it. Like, first of all, let me ask, what is Xbox? Is Xbox the market leader right now?
Exactly. That's a great point. Great point.
Yeah.
Somehow, Game Pass is bad for gaming, but they are the third, actually fourth behind
you
PC. Have PC, you have Nintendo, PlayStation. They are the fourth. But somehow, when they put something out, it's the worst for gaming, and it's gonna be the reason why games don't succeed. That's so ridiculous. How can they both be the platform that nobody cares about and nobody plays on, and somehow when they do something, it has such ripple effects that it affects even PlayStation, the tip of the spear, supposedly? It makes no sense. Both cannot be true. You know.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, and I know what people say, they say, well, there's a lot of people out there that have multiple platforms, and the people that have multiple platforms that have Game Pass didn't buy it on PlayStation because they said, well, I got it on Game Pass, I'll buy it over here. But we're making it seem like these platforms are even in sales. Xbox is like, PlayStation is like almost 2-1. It might be 2.5-1 for what we know, because Xbox doesn't put out numbers and stuff. So at least double the population of Xbox is on another platform. And we're saying...
And that's not even one of the two platforms. It's one of the three platforms. So double is on one, and then you have PC, take Switch out of the situation. You have PC, you have the combination of PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and PC should be enough to drown out anything Xbox ever does on their platform.
And we have hard numbers, at least on day one for Steam. They show 150,000 plus people on Outriders day one on Steam.
Day one, that's right.
And you had to buy it on that platform.
That's right. Yes.
That's the thing that
I know you wanted to say something. Where were you going?
No. It was more. I was agreeing a little bit. It was kind of like, you can't be on the one hand in last place, and then on the other hand moving the entire industry in the direction that you want and ruining it
from last place. It can't happen.
It doesn't really work that way. And again, my main thing is, it was all of this like, support the devs. Why are we not supporting the devs? If you wanted to support the devs, you would have bought the game on the platform that you wanted. But across all of the platforms, enough people didn't buy the game. And by the way, we don't even know if enough people didn't buy the game.
Yep.
Right? We don't have those numbers, but we are speaking as though like, oh, it's because of Game Pass might drop. right?
Yeah.
So, and this is not even about defending Game Pass. What I'm saying is,
this is defending logic. That's what this is.
Logic,
one does not sort of dictate the other, right?
Yes.
And this is what, when we had the conversation about Phil Spencer's comment,
that's another one of those things.
If you had a problem with the direction that Xbox is going and you want to voice that, don't use that article that has nothing to do with that.
Yes, you have many other articles that would really paint that picture for you.
If there is an issue with Game Pass and its effect and its potential effect on the industry, the People Can Fly situation is not really a starting point for that, right? Because at the ultimate end of the day, we are trying to distill complex conversations down to these talking points and these slogans. And that's what I mean about how it is mirroring this Trump era politics, which we can discuss that in a minute. But just with the People Can Fly thing, like the game itself is built as a games as a service, even though they didn't want to admit that.
Even though they didn't turn it on as a service, but it is basically Destiny. Yeah.
All of the players and the users per month, monthly active users in the world are not going to save you if you don't have that second revenue stream of the microtransactions and selling those things. They never turn those on.
Well,
so
one thing.
Not getting money, go ahead.
One thing. People have gone to this place, and you're right to go to this place. And I've even heard Forte speak on this, and both of you absolutely correct, right? But I don't even want to go that far, because that's not even then we're analyzing the environment and making hypotheses based on what we've seen. Right. But that's not even, we don't even have to go that far. Just follow the source material. People Can Fly made a bad contract to the point where Square Enix doesn't have to show those numbers. That's where we start and we end. Why is People Can Fly making bad contracts? 1. 2, why is Square, even after all this bad press, not sharing the numbers? That's where we start and we end. After we know the numbers, we can use those numbers to make further inferences, right? But right now, the problem is developer got screwed by publisher. That's the beginning and the end of this conversation. That's the whole article. This is People Can Fly basically going, hey guys, help us. The publisher screwed us, and unless we get some more traction or we get the opportunity to renegotiate the terms of this contract, we'll never really know how well our game sold. And we know it sold well because before all this hubbub showed up, Square Enix was jumping for joy, talking about how this is going to be the next great franchise, right?
Yep.
So at some point, it was heading in the right trajectory. All your points about the microtransactions and all those other the post-launch content stuff, that may be very much a contributing factor to where they are now, but we don't know that because Square has been quiet and they're not sharing the numbers.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if we want to have a conversation, then let's have that sort of contextual conversation. Sure. If we're going to spend the time to talk about it, right? Because I'm not saying people shouldn't talk, but the thing is, Square Enix made a deal that worked for them.
Yep, exactly.
Right? Square Enix was the publisher. So if Square Enix was the developer, this was fine. Square Enix has cut out People Can Fly from not only profits, but also information to understand what the game has done.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what the case is here.
Yeah,
Square Enix did that.
Yep. So the biggest thing for me is, if you want to say anything about Game Pass in relative to this conversation, it really just comes down to one or two things. Going forward, when most of these games that were in development, Game Pass wasn't a thing at that time. So a lot of these contracts that were written by these developers with these publishers didn't have that in mind. It's pretty much going back to the whole Scarlett Johansson thing. You know,
I was just about to bring
Disney
that up.
Plus wasn't
Perfect
a thing.
plan. Perfect
Disney
analogy.
Plus wasn't a
Yes.
thing at that time, so that stuff wasn't written into the contract. So what you're going to see going forward now is a lot of these developers and these publishers are going to come together and they're going to start saying, hey, what is royalties going to look like if our game goes into services like that? Not saying that they will go into the service, but there will be some type of stipulation in these clauses saying if our game does go into these services, because guess what? It's not if you're giving your game up to a publisher to dispute it everywhere. It's going to come down to how they want to do it. And if they want to make a deal with an Xbox or a PlayStation with PlayStation Now or something like that, or put it on PC like Steam or Epic Store, what is that going to look like? How is our cut going to look like? Because that's going to basically cut into the pie of what our revenue sharing and royalties will be. So that's going to be the narrative going forward now. So I think that should be kind of the conversation about what Game Pass is kind of doing now. But that also lets you know how influential a service like Game Pass is, where people said, oh, Game Pass is one of those things that a lot of people aren't going to really get into. It's not really getting to the casual market yet. But the fact that you got developers out here talking about this type of stuff now and how it's kind of impacting their sales in general lets you know that there's way more people engaging with the content that way than they actually thought. But what that more like most of the people on Twitter and that Twitter sphere actually thought was going to happen. So I think that should be the beginning and end of the conversation with Game Pass in mind, but it's really going to come down to that conversation between publisher and developer and how our contracts are going to be stated going forward, and that should be the end of it when it comes to that.
100%. I so agree with you, Forte, and those we appreciate those who happen to be watching. If you like the content so far, hit that like button. Please subscribe if you can. You're going to start to notice a bit of a pattern here. You know, I bring out the story, we tell you what really happened, and then we tell you the completely different, illogical outrage that it caused. That's basically what's happening here. Number 2, the Skyrim situation. Let's rinse and repeat.
Okay, so I actually don't understand this situation, so I need you guys to explain this to me. It's very convoluted with what's going on.
So let me tell you the Skyrim situation as it is, and then we can talk about what people are upset about, okay? Now, I caught this way late. Let me be clear. This was burning on Twitter and burning on the discourse yesterday. I spent most of my day working. I caught it very late. I was listening to some spaces as you do in the background while they were. And actually, shout out to Mr. Optimus Code, who basically put me on the spaces as a speaker, even when I didn't request to speak. I was just there to listen. He put me out there and was trying to ask me what was good. But then needless to say, the situation itself with the Skyrim is that, as usual, they re-released Skyrim. It's been, how many things has Skyrim been on right now at this point?
It's been on every
Was that
platform.
Doom? Was that Doom that was ported to the pregnancy test, or was that Skyrim? Like, it's been everywhere now, you know? Yeah. It's everywhere. So they released another version, right? The last version of Skyrim that is like right now accessible by the public is the special. Is it the special edition? Yes, it's the special edition. The special edition of Skyrim, and that version gets you all the updates up to a certain point where they last left it. Right now, since that time, the anniversary edition has now just been announced. Okay, if you have the special edition, which is what everyone who already played the game has, whether you're on PC or on console, you have the special edition, right? Yep. If you're on console, that's where you were left, because there are some mod support, but it's not really great, the mod support, you know. And I'm not even sure if there is. Yeah, there should still be some limited mod support on PC on console. Am I mistaken?
There
just
is
like
still.
Just like
on
Fallout,
Xbox,
right?
There is, yeah.
On Xbox, exactly. On PC, obviously, you have the full reign to do with what you will, right? They have now gone in, done a bit of cleanup. Not really remake style, but more remaster, tweak here, tweak there, tweak here, tweak there. And they've also gone and added the Creator Club, which was on PC, right? And that Creator Club gives you access to a bunch of other creators in the space who love the game so much that they themselves have gone in and done the work of the developer, so to speak, right? They've added extra things. They've cleaned up things they don't like. There's just a whole bunch of them. There's like 500 plus new additions from the Creator Club added to this bundle, okay? Now, if you are an owner of the special edition, the old version, you get small updates. There are some DLC they're adding. The ability to go fishing, a few other here and there, a few different things. That gets added to your existing copy for free. And
sorry,
yes.
One question.
Please.
Does it have next gen lip sync tech?
Stop it.
No, I'm just sorry. I'm sorry.
You know they ain't going back that far to do that much of that game. They're gonna say that for part 6.
So there's parts that are added for free if you have the existing copy, right? And obviously Skyrim is also in Game Pass, so those things will also be included in the Game Pass version, right? But there's also the Anniversary Edition, which itself will be a separate SKU. Think of that as your Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. Same game, but extra content. This time, including that Creators Club that I was talking about, with the 500 plus editions. Plus, I think you also get certain DLC that you might not get from day one on the special edition. So there, and if you happen to be part of Game Pass or Game Pass Ultimate, you get a discount to buy the full version if you want that Anniversary Edition, or you get the editions for the special edition included for free if you already have it. Those are your choices, right? Now, people are complaining from what I hear. People have been complaining that why is it that this Anniversary Edition, being a first-party Xbox game, why is it not in Game Pass day and date for free? Why must we pay for it even at a discount? Because Xbox has come out and said, hey, all of our first parties, day and date Game Pass, right? That's what they said. That's what the actual content of the case is. There's differences in if you own the copy already, right? You'll get some things, but not all the things. If you want a fresh copy, you'll get more of the things, but you have to pay. If you're a Game Pass subscriber, you get that at a discounted rate. Those are the facts of the matter. Okay. What people are complaining about is Microsoft, you promised us first party, day and date, Game Pass, never have to pay any additional blah, blah, blah. Right. That's what the general consensus, the general complaints are.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just because I want to understand this. So, they promised that is Skyrim in Game Pass?
Yes,
it is today in Game Pass. Yes.
It is in Game Pass. Were Game Pass subscribers promised Ultimate Editions, Game of the Year editions, all those things?
No,
they were not.
No, they were not.
Were Game Pass subscribers promised all DLC for free?
No.
Okay. So the game is in the service. Okay.
But
no further questions, Your Honor.
But what I will say to those who have a problem with this, where I stand with you.
Wait, hold on a minute.
Okay.
Who really has a problem with this? Because I feel like everybody is demanding better from the other side. Right?
Sure. But let me but before we go into the slander section, because we're going there. Before we go there, where I agree is Microsoft's messaging.
Yeah.
That's a problem. It's still a problem. You gave me Hivebusters, but you don't give me some other DLC. But you gave me this, but you people don't have time to interpret. People like slogans. They take one thing and they move forward. Oh, nuance? What's nuance? Is that a tree type? No. Either you do or you don't. And those who are wishy-washy, people have a point.
Objection,
Forte.
Yeah.
Yes.
The difference that I do think is Xbox has. Okay, so we're talking about Hivebusters.
Yes, I'm just using that as an example as a DLC they gave for free.
That's one of the few actually, I think that's the only one of their games they actually gave all the DLC for free, and that's because when the game came out, it was explicitly said that any future DLC that comes out with the Ultimate Edition of the game, if you already had it, you automatically get that DLC no matter how long in the future it is. And they announced, when they announced Game Pass, that was one of the few first games that they put in there, and they gave everybody the ultimate edition of the game. So that's why you see Hive Busters show up in there, because
see what you're doing there. See what you're doing there, Forte. You are describing the nuance of the situation, and rightly so. People don't like nuances. Nuances is the enemy of the quick. Give me the quick information public. Right. But, so even though I agree with you, and you are right in your assertions there with that, I completely agree. And it makes
more.
It should not require explaining. It should be as easy peasy as possible. Because if you give someone a minute to be confused, they will be.
Okay.
That I do agree with them. Please, Everborn, I clearly you disagree. Give me your thoughts on it.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Now here's the
overruled.
thing.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Jesus. Here's the thing. You said that they didn't explain this, but Forte clearly explained that they did explain it. And this,
but listen to how they explained it.
Hold on a minute. It's not that hard. Hive Busters is the exception to the rule. Nobody else, you get the DLC. That's it. That is it. The one time when they did do it, they explained that that's what they're going to do, because that was the exception. But the simple fact is, you don't get it with any other game, and that's that's the whole rule.
But let me give you
games too.
Yeah, there we go. They got DLC for Wasteland, and you got DLC also for Outer World, which is also true. Let me give you Code's perspective on this, on his spaces. Okay, this is not DLC because there's a separate SKU that has different content, a full package, the Anniversary Edition, that is completely different than the upgrade of the Special Edition. If you upgrade your Special Edition, at the end of the day, you will never have the full fledged of features and content that you will if you buy this Anniversary Edition. So it is technically a separate SKU, like basically Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. It's a separate SKU, and since Microsoft has promised that all full games come to Game Pass, and I'm devil's advocating here, all full games come to Game Pass, this should have been also added as well, because it's not just a DLC, it's a DLC included in a new SKU, different thing with different. But that's what their argument is.
Game with a new SKU. So again, if you tell me that 2K21 is in there, right? But there's other editions of 2K. You could get the $100 version. You could get all those versions. Are we saying that it doesn't count, or it's a problem that 2K is in there because they're not giving away the $100 ultimate?
Well, remember, everybody knows what 2K is about. Everybody knows what EA is about. Everybody knows what even PlayStation's about. This is about Microsoft being the customer supported thing, and now all of a sudden it seems that they're not being. That is the counter narrative here, and this is a really good point. And you are absolutely right, Cologne. I would say this does fall into that, and that's why you see that it's also coming to PlayStation, it's also coming to PS4, it's coming everywhere, right? Because this falls into that legacy clause. It's coming everywhere, and all those features will be available everywhere. So yes, it does fall into that clause, and I actually think that's probably another reason why this doesn't become day and date Game Pass, like move on, because this is not just for them. This was one of those legacy things that were being prepared before they even became part of Xbox proper, right? So I hear all that, and I hear the back and forth, and I can go ahead.
This is the problem. From what I have seen, from the spaces that I've partaken in, and from the YouTube videos that I've watched, and from the general conversation in the proverbial Twitter streets, right? The only reason people are bringing this up is because people gave the Sony camp crap about charging the $10 extra for the PS5 version of Ghost of Tsushima. That is it. So they were saying, if you were mad at that, why are you not mad at this? And that is the heart. We can get into context and we can get into anything else.
It's funny you bring that up.
That is the heart of what all of this controversy was really about.
Yeah. It's funny you bring this up, because Code said this to me as well. Please, I'm sorry. Finish your point.
Yeah. If you just look at, like, everybody's looking at this. Take the Council War glasses off for a second. You can put them back
That's
on
hard
right
for
after
people
this.
to do.
But we can put that. We're gonna put them right back on. Don't worry. Take them off for a second. The actual game itself. Every game, every big game that comes out these days comes out with multiple SKUs. There's the $60 version. There's the $79 version. There's the Steelbook edition. All of those things that you get, right? We see that with games across the board.
Yep.
Is anyone really expecting to get all of those editions, or are they expecting to get the main game in Game Pass? Like,
yeah, they want the base version in Game Pass. That's usually how it rolls.
Is what was provided, and anything else is extra and a bonus.
I just think a lot of people just want to know the rhyme and reason. Like, even knowing they did come out and explain like a while ago about games like High Busters and stuff, there's still outliers out there. You know, why does Forza Horizon 4, I can't even talk right now. Why does that game have so much DLC that none of that's in Game Pass either? You know, why does other games that they release have DLC that's not in there either? And why does Forza 7? Why is that? I don't even think that game's in Game Pass. You can't even get Forza 7
it gets delisted, right?
It's
they get delisted because of the music and licenses of music and licensing on cars.
Or cars and stuff. So
yeah.
So, you know, all those are just different things that people just kind of want to know. And then, like, the one thing I will say about what Cole had to say was, I do kind of agree. It's just like, it is a separate SKU now. The only thing I will disagree is Skyrim, even on PC, every time there's been a new update to that game, no matter what platform you were on, especially PC, you instantly just got everything.
The update. That's right.
It literally just like, oh, you go to your library, then you'll just see
you get something new now.
The ticker going up on Skyrim, and all of a sudden it just changes the name of the game, and you have a brand new update for it.
What I'll speculate, and this is speculation. Let me real quick.
Rodimus brought up a good comment. We'll come to that in a little bit.
Sure. Yes, and I'll give you that right now. Yes, it's very true. 100%, no doubt. I'm 100%. What facts right there. Needless to say, what I will say.
We got a whole topic about that later.
Yes. What I will say about this conversation is the thing that, and this is speculation on my part, right? And I'm using this as speculation because there are two different options here. Flight Sim came out in Game Pass, right? And it has creator, end user created content in it that you have to pay for, right? We had that conversation, Forte, if you recall. The game itself is free. In Game Pass, but that creator content that comes with it is not free. You must pay that additionally because that's creator content. This Skyrim Anniversary Edition comes with 500 plus creator content included for free as part of the Anniversary Edition. My hypothesis is they paid these creators for this 500 additional content. So instead of giving the game to you for free in Game Pass and then making you pay for 500 pieces of different content from creators who themselves deserve to be charged.
Like they did for Flight Sim.
Exactly, like they did for Flight Sim. They then decide that, okay, this will not conform to that free on Game Pass thing because if it does, we must go out and hand a bunch of money to all these creators who created this thing. And we don't want to deal with that. That's not where we want to be. Right? So instead, the game has to be paid, and anytime any payment happens, it trickles to the residuals as it would for any of those additional creators. I think the creator club being part of the equation is what muddied the waters there a bit. And had they done it like this Flight Sim thing where you get the game, but if you want that creator content stuff, that's coming out your own pocket, that would have made it easier to bring it to Game Pass. Just a hypothesis on my part.
Yeah, but
what do you think, Forte?
No, I think the other thing, and Flight Sim is a very good thing to actually bring up because they did the same thing. I really, when it comes to Game Pass and things that's coming in, I really pay attention to exactly what they say. You got to watch exactly what they say. After they showed the trailer for the Xbox Series X coming to Game Pass and they showed it off, what was the thing they showed after the trailer? What was what DLC did they show?
After it's coming, I don't
Top Gun
remember.
Maverick.
Oh yeah, of course.
And
is that paid?
No, free.
Exactly.
They literally said coming free to everybody in Game Pass right after that trailer. So we instantly knew anybody in Game Pass, you get that, and I think it was Game Pass Ultimate.
But do you see your point right there is really valid. But do you see where some criticism can be levied?
Yeah.
Oh, this is free, but this is not. But this is free. Make a policy and stick to it. Stop being, oh well, you have to watch the trailer to see whether it is or it isn't.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And let it be known for all those who think, they're Xbots and all this other bad, ridiculous conversation. The smoke goes where it belongs. This is a problem. Pick a policy. Stick to it. Because people are not going to be spending all day like deciphering YouTube trailers to see whether or not this is included or this is not. And Microsoft they are culpable of this. They do this. They're keeping the body, the people confused because, oh, this is included, but this is not. This is included. Do you have Ultimate? That includes certain things. If you don't have Ultimate, that doesn't include certain things. I'm wearing an Xbox onesie right now. I play on Xbox more than I play elsewhere. I play PC, I play PS5. This is a problem, and I have no problems speaking on that. This is an issue. It's not the end of the world. And to Code and of course, when Code and them were having this conversation, they came to me and they asked me about it, and I said, honestly, I hear you on it, but it doesn't animate me because this is Skyrim we're talking about. One of the gentlemen on the Spaces call was saying that before Skyrim came out, he had a kid. And now the kid's 10 years old. And that's the length of Skyrim. People who wanted to play this game have been playing this game, right? I cannot motivate so much outrage for Skyrim, right? But if you want to talk about Halo Infinite and their potential delays and all of that, I'm there with you.
A matter of fact, yes, I do want to talk about Halo Infinite,
and that's where we're going.
Because
Code was on me about, oh well, when he came on the show and was talking about the at that time the PlayStation hard drive situation and the lack thereof. He's like, I don't care, and I was like, that's a problem. People should care, And he's asking me, well, why don't you care about the Skyrim stuff? Because it's a 10-year-old game that anybody who wanted to play has played. That's just it. You can't motivate me to get outraged on a 10-year-old game. I'm sorry, I just don't care. That's not what I'm here for. But me being the single player, that's what I am. I'm a single player gamer. I barely play multiplayer because I got sick and tired of white 10-year-olds throwing racist remarks at me when I'm multiplaying. So I just don't do that no more. It just is. I'm telling you the straight facts. I don't multiplayer because I deserve more respect online than I get. So I just don't. That's just how it always has been. So I will be day one playing the campaign by myself, as I always have. I'm still on a mission to get all of the campaign achievements for all of the Halos. I've been doing it for years. And I don't do it with anybody else. I play by myself. I have a club. Some people join and they join us for achievement hunting, but that's the extent of my multiplayer usually. From time to time, you'll see me in multiplayer with the Halo Infinite beta and whatnot. But I'm a single player, quote unquote, selfish gamer when it comes to that.
Facts.
With that said, I feel for those who are co-op gamers. I've heard from so many people that when this whole situation happened, where they're like, I've always played with my kids. I play with my brother. I play with my son. This has been our tradition, and this happening is devastating to me because it's not the same unless I'm playing with my son or my brother or my, And for those, I completely feel you. This is a problem. Even though it's not a problem for me, I could care less. By the time I will look at multiplayer or I will look at co-op, it'll be there. By the time I'm ready to look at it, it will be there. But those who need it day one, I feel you, because that is seriously a problem. But that brings us to this conversation that we've been having cyclically on the station, in the show, and today even, because of the back and forth propaganda-driven narratives. Real debates, real opinions, real concerns get drowned out. Even this conversation, and rightly so, those who are very, very much upset about it, I feel you. I think it's a righteous thing to be upset about. But it's not the worst thing on earth, and we need to delay the entire thing, and this proves that this is just, a pox, and they're done, and too far. Because yes, in 3 months you'll have your game, and it'll be great because then it'll be polished and ready to go.
Let's actually
please,
have
Evermore, speak.
Right?
Yes,
so,
yes. Go for it.
Again, we just when we was talking about people can fly, we was all about support the developers.
That's right.
They make the things that fuel our hobby.
That's right.
So, and we all talk about Cyberpunk 2077 and what a mess that was for them releasing that thing.
Yep.
Right. And we all spent the time to say $70 for Battlefield 2077. They're cutting out the things that don't work so they could polish what does work and hyper focus on that. All of those things we've said, right? As a community.
Yes, sir.
So now we come to Halo, and what did they do last year? The graphics weren't up to par. They said, you know what? We're going to delay this thing for a year.
Even to their detriment.
And now Craig's going to have hair on his face. Joseph Staten said it yesterday. If you watched his
shout out to Craig.
Right. So now they're saying rather than release parts of the game that are not up to snuff, right?
Rather than pull a Ascent
Cyberpunk
where co-op is broken, but they still released it anyway.
Right. They're saying we are taking this so seriously that we are going to delay that feature. And so they're going to give you a feature that works when let me be clear.
Hopefully works. have to hedge. Let's hedge. Come on.
Hedge that.
It's no guarantees in this business, baby.
You never know.
But if we're saying we want to support the devs, don't we want to be adults and say we want a publisher or a platform holder to say, hey, devs, get this right. Take the time you need. And if you need to hold back a feature, hold it back. However, all of you 7.65% of you, right? I want you all to do this right now. If you are listening to this, go into the Xbox app and look at the Halo Guardians achievements and see how many people played actual co-op.
Yep.
The achievement.
Do you have the diamond achievement? Because if you don't, then you're not part of it.
Hold on a minute. Because I want to be clear here. Let me just give real numbers.
Yeah.
The amount of people who have just beat one level on co-op is 7.65%
of the entire Halo playing public.
Yes, of all of Halo Guardians.
There you go.
Right? Now, do you want to know how many people actually beat it on co-op? 1.77%. So my question to you, this is not Battlefield 2042 where they're saying nix the whole feature completely, because that's the way people are talking about it. They're saying, how could they not have this? Even though it is only being
it's coming in 3 months.
Maybe
it's coming in 3 months.
Maybe
if what they say is to be believed, it's coming in 3 months. Right. And if it doesn't come in 3 months, they will update you accordingly. But for right now, it's coming in 3 months.
Now 1.77% beat it. So again, if the campaign is ready and if they devoted all the resources they have, because they're bringing in everybody from Microsoft Studios and some outside help to do this, if they're bringing everyone in to make sure the campaign and the multiplayer, and I think what they've done with the multiplayer has paid dividends, because everyone seemed to have loved that. So if the multiplayer flighting is any indication, and they've talked about 20% improvements on performance and things like that since what we saw in the flighting, right? If we are saying that, can't we be adult enough to say, hey, they're human beings making this thing, and many of us really want to play that campaign. In fact, 92.35% of us want to play that solo campaign.
Because that's most of us, right?
Most of us. So should the entire thing be held up for you 1.77% or 7.65%?
Yep. And another tidbit, Halo 5 Guardians never got split screen multiplayer, ever. It was just left off the cutting room floor, and nobody even Like, I never heard any real. Yeah, there was some consternation, but the reason for it is because it would require having to drop the graphics down and compensate for two at the same. Nobody complained. They just left it out, and that was fine.
So again, I'm not saying like that you don't exist, all 7.65% of you. You do exist, and you deserve. And
I feel for you. I feel for you.
And you should voice your opinion. And I say the only way they're gonna learn is if you don't play it on day one, because you don't think it should be out. You think it should be delayed, unless you don't think the devs should have as much time as they need. So if you do think the devs should have as much time as they need, then you feel like they should delay the whole project just for
you. For that. Yeah.
Now make that make sense to me. Somebody.
Man. All right.
And no further questions, Your Honor.
And the OG coming here dropping some interesting facts. Always. Thank you, Pixel. We appreciate you being here. So yes.
There's some heavy takes in here.
So Forte, what is your opinion on this? You know, as we've already said, you know, for those who are upset about it, I feel you. That whole single player, selfish gamer, I think that only goes to a certain extent. Sometimes you got to stand with your brother, man. I stand with those who have a problem with this, because it is really fact that a lot of people have enjoyed playing multiplayer, and I've heard some really cool stories from people in the community.
They will play multiplayer. You mean co-op?
Eventually, yes, co-op specifically, yes. I've heard a lot of conversation with, you know, this is how I play with my son. This is how, you know, it's how we've always done it. To us, this game ain't releasing right now. I feel you on that. Right. I do. And to them, I said, you know, patience will get you an even more complete package when it's done. It'll be there and it'll be bugless. I love the Ascent, but I can't completely play it because I'm trying to play with Everborn and it bugs out every time we try. You know, now it's fixed, but that was many months after, right? Some weeks after. What is your opinion on it? What's really going on versus what people are complaining about?
One point before you hop in, Forte.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I want to, and I said this multiple times yesterday, I don't want to see nobody who thinks that this is the end of the world. I don't want to see you on Xbox or PC playing the campaign by yourself.
He's going to check the receipts too.
I'm watching you.
You better put your privacy you better set your privacy settings tight, because he's going to be out there in your listings.
I'm requesting people.
Oh man.
He's going to come out, find the receipts and blow you on Twitter. I'm just saying. Pause. Continue, Forte.
All right. So
we're getting a pause graphic and we're getting an off the rails graphic.
Man. For sure. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Forte.
No, you're good. So I have kind of a different perspective on this.
Please. Yes. That's what we're here for. Yes.
And maybe it's probably going to be a take that a lot of people aren't going to like, because I kind of fall on that side where I truly don't care about the whole delaying of the game or the feature being missing from the game. I have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this situation, but for a different reason. My problem with this is the fact that, and I did a tweet yesterday, and I said, question, what was Halo Infinite going to look like if this game released last year?
Amazing,
my biggest
right?
problem isn't that they delayed co-op, but more the fact that this game was supposed to release last year. So in my eye, and this has been a trend with 343. I understand the whole pandemic thing. I understand all of that type of stuff. But for me, they are on the biggest of slippery slopes when it comes to this game as it is already. Once you delay, like you said earlier, you want them to have they want to delay it because they wanted to be perfect. They wanted to be working. What happens if we get this game and there is some part of the game that doesn't work like it's supposed to? So
this is 343 we're talking about, and Microsoft in general, so it's a possibility.
Yeah, this is 343. So let's say you delay the co-op because you said, it's not going to work or function the way it needs to function. But let's say we get into the game and the servers aren't working like they're supposed to. Let's say we get into the game and saves or something like that, or your cloud saves are just moving through through the game, it just doesn't work like it's supposed to. You're having it might be minimum, but it might happen. And then everybody's going to be looking at it. They're going to be saying, well, why didn't you just delay this if we're going to be having all of these type of technical issues with the game? And like you said, this is 343. Anything could kind of happen. So I'm not on they should just delay it just to delay it, because is it a big deal to me? No, I do play the game in co-op, but I'm one of those people that's going to play the game no matter what, if it's there. I'm a Halo fan. I want to play day one. I'm not going to be waiting. I'm not going to be waiting to play it 6 months after the fact that it comes out. Forge being pushed out 6 more months after that is kind of crazy to me, but guess what? That's what they got to do. They got to do it. I just don't like the fact that a game that was supposed to release last year is now having features.
It's so feature broken that
That's my biggest problem with this whole thing. So I just don't understand that. And to me, it's not even an insight. It's more of a systematic problem with, 343 in general, with the hierarchy of the hierarchy of the top of the studio talking to the bottom of the studio. People, you got all of these contractors coming in and out of the game. People not knowing exactly what other people were working on. This is all stuff that we heard over the course of the last 2 years. And the fact that Microsoft was literally going to release this game a year ago, and because we did not like certain things of it, which was graphically at that time, now it's starting to turn out to be more than just that. So
Indeed.
That's the biggest thing I have with this. Now, everybody going out there, now, this has probably been the widest birth of just opinions I've ever seen when it comes to a game at this point. Like a lot of people said, just delay the game. A lot of people just like, I don't care. I don't play co-op. I just want to play Halo. And I get every last one of those, but I just keep thinking people forget that this game was supposed to come out a year ago, and it's still not going to have everything.
Yep,
that's the only thing that bugs me about this situation.
100%. I'm there with you. Yeah, go ahead. And salute to SloMo for joining us, making some good points in the chat. The Gaming Circle podcast and DPS crossover will happen, and he's in the chat. We'll make that happen sooner rather than later. But yes, I appreciate the points that you're making. Go ahead. The
tweet that I put out yesterday is that this campaign better be flawless. So what I'm saying,
but it won't be though. There's no such thing as a flawless campaign.
Okay, let me rephrase the word.
Because what you're doing there is you're basically sharpening the pitchforks already. Because no matter when it comes out, it will not be perfect.
Listen, if it's okay, let me just use a different word. The campaign better be stellar. Is that better than flawless?
I mean,
I'll give you that.
That's all I want from Halo campaign.
So what I'm saying is, if you sacrifice all 7.65% of the audience, and it better have been for something. It better have been because you spent so much time polishing that campaign. And if not, then the pitch
righteous anger.
Then people should take these words and use that against them.
I agree.
If people say there's no excuse for this, if it takes more time, it takes more time, right? So I ask everyone, right? Like, if you want the game delayed for your reasons, that's cool. I don't want it to be delayed, right? Because I'm not going to use that feature, and we all got to be selfish. So what we shouldn't do, the same thing like SloMo said, let's not call it false outrage, but let's not also call it cap. Just because I'm not mad about it, because I don't have to be mad about it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. Yeah, like I said when we started this conversation, this does not affect me in the slightest, but I do understand those who it affects. And what I will transition this to the final real topic of the conversation that we're having.
One other thing though, I would stand with the people who are upset and angry about this if they said, you know what, we're not going to do that feature. It's coming, and polish takes time. I'm sure we want it polished, and I'm sure everyone here has said, give the devs the time they need.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not saying I stand with those who are angry. I stand with those who are disappointed, because those are people who probably still play this game. They want to play this game. They're there for this game, and they were expecting this would be their day one, and it's not, and it's disappointing. And to those, I stand with you, and I also give a bit more criticism to Microsoft, because this was a possibility for a long time. Mm-hmm. For a company that's so transparent, this should have been spoken about. Herman Holtz, even though there is no official confirmation that Horizon is delayed, he came out and said, we're doing our best. It might not be. And then later down the line, reports came out that it definitely is delayed. They haven't officially announced it yet, even. But still, I heard Herman Holtz come out and say, we're doing our best, planting the seed in the ears that, hey, there might be a delay. Right? I think and I will let you disagree with me, but let me finish. I think that if this was a possibility, which clearly it's been a possibility for a while now, they should have come out and said, look, we're doing the best we can, but some features may be missed. Like 6 months ago, when they first decided to delay this, some features might not be there. You might lose out on co-op at launch. Just general kind of letting us know that these are around, because once you do that and then later on you report this, it's not that much of a out of left field blow for people. So that's the only thing I think.
So for me, the biggest thing, like, I could care less if they delayed the game or release it. I want to play it as soon as possible, but I was one of those people that said a year ago when they delayed it, I was like, there's no way this game is coming out in 2021.
You said that.
I said, there's no way this game is coming. I was like, I said, the things they need to do with all the issues this game, and this is not even knowing about the co-op issues and stuff like that. I was like, there's so many moving parts to this game that there's no way they're going to fix it all in one calendar year. So in my mind, I was already set to be in 2022. So that's why this doesn't kind of bother me as much, because I was like, the game ain't going to be feature complete until 2022.
That's right.
I just feel like at a certain point, why even give people a release date until you knew all of this was going to be done?
And another thing that you're saying, thing to add to what you're saying there, Forte, one thing I said when they delayed this was, when they initially were not planning on delaying this, they were saying that this game would come out without the RT and any of the special
ray
features.
Tracing and everything at the end.
Yeah, and now they're saying, oh, it's coming out this year. Who says, and I put this on Twitter, and there was no definitive, I just let it slide. Who says this will release with those features that were going to be delayed then? It's still coming out without RT and all that. I think it's coming out without RT, without any of those extra things that made people complain about Craig's face. Some of that will still be there day one, in addition to not having the co-op campaign.
Well, the way Joseph Staten talked about it is like it's supposed to be a night and day. He specifically brought up Craig and said, get used to how he used to look, because you're never going to see that again. He said, you don't remember the bald face because he has hair now. Watch the thing yesterday.
I need to watch the full Statham conversation. I have not had a chance to do that yet, but I hope that's the case, because I want this thing to come out with those features complete, at least those, because you can't delay it a year and then come out, because they didn't say officially, well, we're delaying it a year, but when it comes out, those things that were going to be missing are now not going to be missing.
Exactly.
No one has said that.
So one thing I do want to say, they're saying that co-op is coming. By the way, the chat. No.
They're going off. I love it.
Look, SloMo right got up in there and turned it up to 11.
SloMo and Pixelbit G right now. This shit is
they're going back.
I didn't pay attention to anything you guys were talking about for the last 5 minutes, because I was looking at that chat. You guys, please continue. But but my point was, in the world of software development, if something has a 3-month delay, that is a thing that could that could be a last minute bug that that QA turned up and is fixing now. It's not a systemic thing that you maybe knew about all this time. Right. If it's only,
you're telling me in the last 3 months is when they decided, in your opinion, in the last 3 months is where you think they decided to delay the co-op?
What I'm saying is that 3 months is something where they could have potentially made it. Right. It's not. It's too close for it to be a thing that they would know about and should have told us about 8 months ago.
So you're telling me they're telling us as soon as they've been able to definitively come to that conclusion.
Exactly. I think they're saying that right
I'll
away.
give you that, and we don't know that, so it's hypothetical. We're hypo.
They're also doing it because they got a bunch of good news about Halo coming up on Tuesday. So you drop that information on a Friday. Tuesday rolls around, everybody
forgets.
They're not going to forget, but all the good news that they're probably going to release on it's going to kind of drown it out. But it goes back to the same thing that I said. Why even announce anything if you know the game? And everybody knows, and this is the first thing I said, everybody knows that when this game releases, everybody that sees it are going to go through it with such scrutiny.
Sure.
They're going to look at every little thing in this
game. So why bother put yourself through this dramatic?
And like I said, that if anything in this game isn't up to par, people are going to talk about it.
Rip it apart. Yes, indeed, for sure.
And that's why they don't just want to put it out, right?
So
but this is ammunition, though.
Let's continue having this conversation.
But 1 second, though. Okay, that's the point, though. Like, I think that we're adults. We understand these things take time, right? And I do agree with SloMo that there's something going on at 343, and maybe the changes that need to be made have been made already, and it's just 1 year wasn't enough time for Joseph Staten to come in and right the ship.
The postmortem is going to be interesting.
But we got to be able to have these adult conversations and say, listen, this is what it is. I'm not going to lie to you and tell and pretend this and pretend that. The thing came up. We're going to delay this feature because we feel that the majority of the audience would rather play this thing early than to, and that's a fact. Most people would rather play it sooner without. That doesn't invalidate you. That doesn't mean you're upset for no reason. But these are the adult
numbers
conversations
speak to that.
That we have to be able to have, or we should just ask ourselves to keep
100%.
All right, so
100%.
So before we move on, let's have a real adult
Grown
conversation real quick.
Roman
people want to talk about Last of Us and compare this to this when it comes to not having multiplayer in that game, and they're saying, well, Last of Us didn't have multiplayer, so why are we being so hard on single player? I mean, on co-op. Well, the thing that people don't realize is Naughty Dog never said they were going to put that multiplayer in Last of Us Part 2.
Sure.
It was after the fact when people was like, oh, there's no multiplayer component.
Well, but I'll push back on you on a little bit on that, because just like Halo comes with that package that people are used to, and now they're complaining because it's not coming with that package. Last of Us Part 1 came with the multiplayer. So when 2 came and it didn't, people expected, because you've established a narrative. Just like Battlefield had established a narrative, and then they decided to go away from it. In that instance, though, they had both narratives established. They used to be without it, and then they used to be with it. So you can go either way. When it comes to The Last of Us 1, it came with it. So those who are in 2 who go, why is this not here? I hear you, because it came with 1.
Yeah,
just like Halo.
It came with 1. The biggest difference for me is the fact that when they talked about it, and there's a difference between Last of Us and Halo. We've been talking about co-op has been a thing in Halo since the first one.
Yes.
Forge has been a thing since Halo 3.
Yep.
So we're talking about it. Is it a fair comparison? Absolutely. But the difference is Halo has a lineage that is way farther, going back to 2001.
That's right.
Where people think of this, where when you're in your first game going to your second game, there's a lot of liberty that still can be taking place. They can say, well, a lot of people really didn't play the multiplayer, and we want to focus more on the single player when it comes to this game. So you can kind of make a lot of judgment calls when you're in your first iteration or second iteration of a game. So is that right? And do people have a point to have a conversation around that? Absolutely. But the biggest thing, it always comes back to this for me. 343 has made 4. They've been in charge of Halo longer than Bungie has at this point.
True, they've made more Halo games than Bungie,
and they haven't even given us a game of the quality of that yet. We haven't got a feature-rich, complete game from them, like in its entirety, since they had the franchise. And this is just another narrative point that continues that conversation. Is 343 the right developer?
But you know what? And I'll push on. Go ahead.
In February, provided, and these things are big ifs because, again, we don't know what we're going to get here, right? I do have some level of confidence because of what we got in the multiplayer, but we shall see what they do narratively and those other things.
They're hiding the single player for a reason.
Right. If they show it at Gamescom,
a malicious reason?
No.
I don't think it's a malicious reason. I think that thing is going to come in hot up until the last
like
minute.
A bad reason, basically. Like it's not good. They're not trying to drop it on you like boom, there's the greatness. They're trying to hide it because it may not be as good.
It's not even saying the story is going to be bad because no one knows what that's until you play.
Yeah, it's just the gameplay might be bad.
No, I just
it might not be complete
right
yet.
Now, I just think at this moment that is literally the thing that they're working on up until this game is downloadable on your system.
I hear you.
And they don't want to show it until they absolutely have that complete.
Which is likely why they're sacrificing the co-op, right? Because it only stands to reason that like they got to finish this single player mainly, and then they'll fix whatever things they need to fix for co-op because it is coming in hot. So
let's go to Gamescom. Gamescom is coming out this Tuesday. Why would you announce back earlier this year that Halo is coming out this holiday? What's the difference between saying it 3 months ago it's coming out this holiday and waiting till Gamescom and saying, Halo, all the great news, all the things it's coming for, and guess when it's coming? It's coming out this holiday. Versus, it's coming. We got all these things at Gamescom and Halo's coming out in February. Because they actually know the timeline at that point where it's going to be more feature rich, but they wanted to get this news out there to kind of rally the base because somebody said something really interesting in one of the spaces, and they said it in a podcast. Xbox has very much come in tune with their player base at this point. They know how to rile their base and give them exactly what they need for the conversations they want to have. They know how to stay away from the stuff that's going to get them in trouble. I also think they understand they don't want to have a 2013. They're still in that bubble where social media they feel like can hurt them.
That is very true. Very true.
They don't want to give you the news where
they learn their lessons.
So they're trying to.
Microsoft today is even.
They can.
The Microsoft that you see today is even the Microsoft that is scared of antitrust stuff from the 90s. They learn their lessons, and every move they make, you can see the lessons they learned based on the past transgressions.
But hold on, but gentlemen, I thought Microsoft doesn't listen to their fan base.
So
Microsoft,
I thought they don't give them the games they want.
So thank you so much, Everborn, for transitioning us to the broader topic, because as you've noticed, right, there's and I said this to the public when we started this conversation, there's what's really going on and there's what people are mad at. And in certain instances, they tend to diverge wildly from what's really going on. And in other instances, they're pretty close. But it seems, and this is where where I'm trying to head with this, it seems like the rise of Twitter Spaces is like taking the discourse into a crazy place where real substantive debate, conversation, and discourse get lost while we're so busy with this vitriolic, toxic, back and forth ridiculousness on Spaces. And Spaces is just the recent example of that. It's been going on for a while now, but now
Clubhouse.
That's right. But now they can congregate in one place, and they already have the built-in followers because it's based on Twitter, right? So then they can get out there and they can have very hyperbolic conversations that aren't helping things. Whereas if you're a genuine gamer who has a genuine issue, like you guys are, like we've all been discussing about Halo and its co-op, there's usefulness there in having a place like Twitter Spaces to have these kind of debates, right? But it seems to me that maybe Twitter Spaces needs to have some kind of rules of the road. Maybe they need to establish some guidelines or something. But as it's left to its devices today, it's drowning out good conversation in favor of tribalistic, vitriolic, ridiculous ones. What do you guys think? I'll start with you, Forte. What is your thoughts on that? Because yes, there are lots of good issues to have conversations about, and Twitter Spaces is good for that. But it seems like it's just a circle jerk, as it were, right now.
Right. No, I think you're absolutely right. The problem with that is how can they police that? You pretty much allow anybody to start a Spaces. Anybody can join it. You don't have to like opt in or opt in. Like as soon as somebody you follow has a spaces, it shows up for you. And for the most part, if you're following them, you're kind of going to want to click on it to see exactly what they're talking about.
What's being discussed?
What's being discussed, because that feeds into the whole things trending on Twitter. That's where these spaces actually, if it's trending on Twitter, you're gonna probably see a spaces for one of the people you follow. And it gives an avenue to people that don't have the type of clout on other platforms where you would normally see this happen to have a voice, because people like J-Dub, people like Tim Dog, where they don't have a huge base when it comes to something like YouTube, where you would kind of see these type of things happen but they have a substantial
following
base
on Twitter.
Yeah. So for them, it's the best place to have it. Like Code, he has a YouTube channel, but he has over 10,000 followers on Twitch. I mean, not Twitch, on Twitter.
On Twitter.
So I think, how do they actually police that? There's really no way to do it unless you're going to have to find a way to like kind of monitor who can actually talk and do stuff like that. But I just think
Luca does it very well.
Well,
yeah, she does. She works hard to keep the lines clear,
and that's the difference, though. Luca is willing to have a civil conversation, and not saying that other people don't want to have it. I'm
saying some people don't. But
well,
go ahead.
Yeah, I say that too. They don't want to have a civil conversation.
I think people want to have a civil conversation around it, but I also think it's based around narratives that they want to have their whole spaces to be around. It kind of breeds, that toxicity, instead of being like this back and forth conversation like we're having right now. It's more of, everybody is agreeing with each other, and then it turns into this whole, it seems like we're bashing on one thing without having, or if one person does disagree with them, it's like this piling on scenario. You're not really having a genuine conversation that can actually be.
You mean sacrificial lambs, Everborn?
Basically, well, that's why some people don't even jump in these, because, like I said, you can literally pull up a space and you can see the people are in it, and you can instantly know that you are not going to get your opinion across, because the opinion that you might have is not going to sway the opinion of any
in that room. That's right. I was warning everyone. I was like, he used to be the slanderer saga. He had to be careful. He was about to turn into the sacrificial lamb saga. He needed to step away.
I used to partake in those things. Now I've resigned myself to not speak in any of those wild ones. I'll listen. But if I see Lucas doing one, Attic ran a real one, a good one last night.
Nice.
It did devolve into a little bit of console war stuff, but it wasn't too crazy. Yeah. And we tried to rein it in a little bit, but it was still making the point of everybody kind of being respectful of one another. But the respect is one aspect of it, because some of it is messy. But the other question I ask, even the ones that are respectful, that doesn't mean that they are fruitful, right? Because you can be respectful and let everybody speak one at a time. But if people are just going there to be, preached to or fed their McDonald's.
Well, but to me, that's part two of the problem. Part two is the problem. Part one, where the fundamental part where we have to take issue from jump, is the verbiage being used, is the language, it's the way people are being spoken to. Even you can tell me the worst thing.
It's barbershop conversations in there.
People talking like they're in their backyards. Are you crazy? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, that is number one. Like, I don't care. You can be completely wrong. I can be completely wrong, but you need to respect the people that you don't know. These people from Adam, you need to respect who you're talking to. And I hear nothing but horrible use of language. Like, you don't even know who's out there. Like, we were on a spaces once with Luca, and a 13-year-old boy jumped on to have a conversation to present something, which was very interesting. You usually don't get young kids out there, but these people out there just. I'm not using the words they're using, but let's just say it's not words that should be used in public. Okay. So that's where my first problem lies.
Let me be less generous,
please,
than Mr. K. Asante.
Hey, be my Malcolm to my Martin. Go ahead.
There's a lot of cooning going on in these things, and I think they are making black people, or specifically black gamers, look bad. And I don't. I'm not cool with that. Right?
Point is very well made. Yes, that's where I'm going with it. Yes.
So again, like people, and I always make this thread between why we get trash comic book movies is because every time we get a chance to speak, we just show that we are children who only like popcorn things and drink fucking Mountain Dew. Right? And I think that we can be better than that. And it's real. It's real like crazy to me. If that's the way you talk, keep that in a party chat. Don't bring that to a place where anybody can come listen. It rubs me really the wrong way. And I'm not trying to police anybody's language, but like you are out
this
there.
This is inappropriate and uncalled for, and it represents all of us very badly. Cat Daddy, Elder Cat over here speaking real facts. It pissed me off to no end. I had to step away. It was just too much. Too much. It was just too much. We're not out here amongst ourselves, speaking amongst ourselves in the recess line in the backyard. And we're out in front of the public. Anyone can join. Anyone can speak. I was in the spaces where they were calling out Paris. And you may have issues with Paris, but if you're going to use that language and you're going to be out the mouth and speaking such vitriolic hate words and all that, how do you expect somebody like that to interface? He's on a track. He's heading towards a place that you want to be. There's no way he will any way, shape, or form want to associate himself with you or any of your associates if you come at it that way. That's part one.
I also want to clarify something because I know that there's going to be a pushback to this, that I just want to be me. And I don't want to tap dance for the white man or whatever it is. People are going to say that. I've seen people say that, but that's the thing. I'm not talking about them. I don't give a flying 747 fuck about them. This is a conversation between
about us. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm saying it is embarrassing.
Yeah, it embarrasses me to see my people speaking this way in public like that when it's not called for. There's that. Those words are useful when called for. This is not that. There's no reason for it. Like I say, sometimes it's useful to go angry black. There's no reason to go angry black when you're having gaming conversations.
There's a difference between angry black and I'm gonna use the word again, cooning.
Yes,
that's it.
Yes.
There's a big difference.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
I like to think I'm angry black every now and again.
I go angry black only when it's necessary.
We've seen SloMo get angry sometimes.
That's right.
Oh my God, SloMo, you know when you're angry.
There's a difference.
Everybody,
yes, there's 100%.
SloMo doesn't use the N word, but he uses every other word when he's angry.
So to get to your point, everyone, where you were talking about, there can be it can be respectful but not fruitful. Yes, 100%. But I want that respect to be basically the baseline. Then we can move on to the fruitfulness of it.
But we have taken a lot of Forte's time, and I know
yes, we have. Yes, yes. We have to be very cognizant of your time. I understand you're on the clock today, so we appreciate you at least coming to have these conversations with us. This has been great. We appreciate you coming here and sharing this conversation with us. Some people don't want to, they feel a little scared to step into the ring and have this kind of conversation because it tends to, it devolve.
I'm sorry. Can you just put up A-Rod if this is coming?
Oh, man.
Yo, A-Rodimus, you win the internet for today, sir.
Just for today.
I
my God.
Disagree with that one bit.
I think, and speaking to that, I think SloMo looks like the dude who does the voiceover for Deathloop.
I've never seen SloMo in person.
I haven't either, but his voice gives thoughts. So we're gonna start doing that. I think he looks like the dude from Deathloop. You should look him up. I think that's what he sounds like. And yes, I agree that his mannerisms can give him that light skin Samuel L. Jackson. Very good.
SloMo got those victimized words to come. He said, "I've been victimized. I got to fight back."
Oh man. So yes. So back to the point at hand. We want to thank you so much, Gaming Forte.
And I hope they burn in hell.
That's right. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us. We know you still got a busy day ahead of you. You know, why don't you tell the people who don't know who you are and what you do, the few in here who might not, who you are, what you're doing, where they can find you.
Yeah, man. First of all, I appreciate both of you guys. You guys put on a great show, and you guys are great friends and stuff. And definitely could tell that you're good friends to me and SloMo, which we always appreciate. So I appreciate all of that, and just keep doing what you guys are doing. We definitely have to set up a big a collision course between these two shows. That's definitely, I could just imagine that conversation. So we'll definitely be talking in the future about that, because I know SloMo would definitely love to have you guys on DPS along with myself. But yeah, DPS podcast is every Thursday. It was on my channel last week. It's going to be on SloMo's next week. So make sure you check that out. It's every Thursday at 9 p.m. We also do the Brat podcast. That's on Wednesdays at 9 p.m. And then check us out on Scumcast on Thursdays with the lovely Ashley Luca, which will be actually later today at 8 o'clock. So a lot of places to meet us and stuff and talk to us. We also have our own contents and stuff we like to do. You know, SloMo, my homeboy, he's more on the indie front, talks about developers and stuff. I'm more based in Destiny and Xbox when it comes to stuff like that. So if that stuff is interesting to you, come check us out. And as always, you guys keep the conversation. I'm literally about to go to work and get on my phone and listen to the rest of this conversation, because it's fire. And I appreciate all the hard work you guys put into the show that you guys do.
Thank you so much, SloMo. We appreciate it. For anybody who needs
you
the
just
details.
Like Enrique, you call me SloMo one more time.
My bad.
I know we're alike.
I did that to you. No, you're not alike. Well,
I
did that to you because I just saw his. I was just reading his chat real quick, so his name was in my mind. Forgive me, Forte.
No, you're good.
I appreciate you coming here. For those who are not aware, you can find his details in the show notes. We'll have his Twitter, we'll have his Twitch, we'll have the YouTube channel. It'll all be there. Please support this man, because he's out here speaking bars for everyone who doesn't get to speak it for themselves. You know, and check out the DPS podcast. We always enjoy it. You know, if you like ours, you'll like theirs. It's absolutely it's passionate, it just like we do. So we recommend you check it out as well. So yes, you are you are free to leave us, and we will definitely we'll definitely connect with you guys on another time.
Invited, and like I said,
always invited.
We got to get you guys on the reel as well, where we talk about this movie and TV stuff.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to come back and actually raid the fridge for free this time. You guys have a great rest of the show. I'll talk to y'all later.
You too. Right, you too. Thank you so much, sir. All right. Yeah. So yes, man. So let's bring this back. Let's bring this back a little bit, right? Let's bring this back. So we're still having this conversation about like spaces and discourse. I don't want, like, I know I said, you know, maybe they need to put together rules or whatever. I get that. I understand that it's a tool to be used for people to you know.
Oh wait, hold on. One second. Yeah. We gotta tell people to sub to Forte's channel.
Oh no, I did, of course. Like I said, it's in the channel. And SloMo's channel. In both episodes, their information is in the show notes, and I of course recommend everybody do that, because you know we are walking on the shoulders of giants here. They've established what we're going towards ourselves. So we definitely appreciate their contribution, their support to us. So I want you, Everborn, to tell me, because we tend to have very interesting conversations when the camera's not running. We actually, and the man is not in here today. You know, TK Cole did not join us today, which is surprising. I hope you're doing all right, brother. He was with us on that last interesting conversation we had.
He's probably in the Batcave.
He's licking his wounds from the last time y'all debated. But no, when we were having that conversation, it was real good, and you brought up some very interesting points, and that's what basically led to me making the title that I have today, which was the idea that gaming discourse is showing a lot of parallels to politics. Please elaborate a bit. Give me a bit more of that.
Okay. Yeah. So, and I feel like we've touched on this a few times during the show, but I'll just make my main point. Can you hear me? I feel like
100%. I hear you.
Okay. Cool. So here's the thing that I noticed, and you guys tell me if you've seen this, right? Mm-hmm. The thing that came up with, you know, that sort of came to sort of fruition during the sort of the Trump reign, so to speak, and his rise to power leading up to the 2016 election, and then during his 4 years of being president, and then, you know, now to an extent after, is it wasn't so much about Trump, but it was about the supporters that he sort of had around him, and they would basically use the flaws in the media against themselves, right? So they understood that, you know, you just have to sort of run the clock out, so to speak. So what they would do, they would come on all the news shows and they would feed red meat to the base, right? But they would do so with complete, blatantly obvious falsehoods, right? And they're so blatantly false that people are not ready for someone to tell such a huge lie, right? And so the people debating them on these news networks would have to fact check them in real time, right? And by the time you fact check the first lie, they're already 2 more lies deep. And now you can't really fact check that.
Yeah,
right?
because they move on real quick.
Right. And then comes the over talking and the shouting designed to get you off kilter, so that now you are over talking and shouting just to make your normal point. And what this looks like to everyone else is just a bunch of people screaming at each other, and it makes you throw up your hands and say, this is all bullshit. And that is
a pox on both their houses.
That is sort of what they do and how they win. And I'm seeing with these spaces and with a lot of these podcasts, that is sort of how these discussions are going. So people aren't really there to discuss. They are there for whatever side of the house they're on. This is the move. And no one is really saying anything to each other, right?
SloMo spitting the truth right there. Yep.
That's
good arguments.
But most people don't have good arguments.
Yes.
Right? And I'm seeing it more and more. And with the rise of these spaces, you can have the zealots in the audience cheer. You know, when you would go to a political debate and you just had to get the cheers, it wasn't about the substance of what you were saying.
Yeah, it's never about the substance of the matter. Yes, that's right.
And so we can just sort of boo and hiss and shout each other down without anything ever getting said. And so I'm seeing all of these things pop up, and it's really these things that are just designed around sort of negativity. And I'm not saying you need to be positive, but if your only reason to be in that discussion is to be negative, how fruitful is that discussion? Yeah. And it's happening more often.
It's fruitful based on what the priority of the discusser.
On the fruit you came there to eat.
That's right. It depends. He's trying to get this acolytes. He's trying to get disciples, right? And what brings that closest quicker? You know, negative news against the plastic that you may hate, rather than real substantive conversation. You know, so I see what you're saying there, and it's a very. When you initially brought this to my attention, I wanted to push back because it's very. That is fraught. I can't. I'll be honest with you. It's fraught. I want to push back, and I want to say, nah, you know, that's too much. You know. But you're absolutely right. It's like they're taking it from that playbook. You know, it's not about the content of the argument being made or the subject matter at hand. It's about how we can get one over on you using the tools of propaganda.
Yeah, but it works, man. And then, you know, people sort of build communities around this to have, you know what I mean, their own stands that are just going to continue to allow them to get away with this kind of thing. And I'm not saying don't block people, right? Yeah. But what happens is this continues to go forward because anybody that pushes back against you, you can block, right?
Yep.
And
so you can continue creating your little bubble. Anytime anybody jumps in that potentially challenges that bubble, you get rid of them.
And some people believe their own hype, and other people know better and know exactly what they're doing. And you know exactly who I'm talking about when I say that. But the thing is, though, what we'll do in these conversations is say, because we get, I'm not saying don't be selfish and don't speak your truth, but it is when you speak your truth and you can't possibly see how somebody could have a different perspective than you. So you'll say, instead of, again, looking at the content of someone, what someone who disagree with you says, instead of looking at that, you will label them as a pony with an agenda or a bot who is all susceptible to the church of Uncle Phil, right? And I don't know what there is to get out of a conversation like that. Like if you disagree with something I said, or I am legitimately angry or not bothered by something, is it possible that it's not because I'm a corporate shill, but because this thing actually bothers me or doesn't bother me? And I don't think we take enough time to really accept that. Like, I think we should debate things on their merits alone.
That's right.
And not try to bring that, because it's very easy to label someone a corporate zombie or a shill or something.
It closes the conversation. It stops the conversation from moving forward. You're absolutely right, and that's actually why this conversation that we're bringing up, as far as the spaces and all that, why this is important. I think spaces is a tool like all other tools, but we need to figure a way out where this tool becomes useful for the conversation at hand, for the issues at hand. We need to be able to discuss these issues at their merits, just like you're speaking on right now, rather than it being, oh, here we are, come and worship at the altar of whichever plastic we have deemed is what you should be, and this goes the same for Xbox folk. Like, admittedly, and you can label me with it if you wish, admittedly, on the Xbox spaces that I hear more misinformation from those who seemingly don't know better, rather than people who are maliciously trying to deceive. Like,
I don't know.
I've seen both of that. I have seen both of that. But more often than not, on the PlayStation side, I get folks who are just like, well, that's what they said, and I don't know any better. That's what I get a lot of that more. Whereas on the other stuff, I get a lot of the, some of them can tend to be, agenda driven. And that's a problem, because we can never get to the heart of the matter. Like, we can't have this serious conversation about Halo, for instance, about all these other things, because you're afraid that conversation gets drowned out by all the ridiculousness.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, I think there are merits to both arguments, which is delay the goddamn game because it's not finished, or there's also merit to, hey, a lot of people just want to play it and don't think you should. But the problem is, if SloMo says delay the game, they're gonna say he's being selfish or he's being over dramatic. And if I say I just want to play the game, then I'm damage controlling or it's cap. And I like.
There's no right answer.
You listen to what SloMo said, or you listen to what I say and debate based on that.
On what is being said rather than the slogan itself. Yes. You have to dig a little deeper to understand it. Yes.
Can you bring up that comment about there's a few comments up. So SloMo said, this is why they'd rather debate you in their own echo chamber so they can get the positive feedback or backup for themselves in an argument against someone else.
Someone else. Yep. No, I agree. SloMo. Oh, by the way, look at the screen real quick.
As long as they got backup singers, it sound good.
Look at the screen real quick. By the way, this was played on PlayStation 5. I don't know what's up with this. I've already posted a few, and I'll rewind a bit. I have real video. Look at that. Like, a lot of this on there. So yes, that's a different situation.
Does that happen on the Xbox version?
I have not tried on the Xbox version. This is only PlayStation 5 version that I've tried, but it's full of this weird, a lot of that. But that's neither here nor there.
Wait.
Just a quick aside that I noticed. Continue.
But
yes?
Pixel asked if someone can tell him if it's worth buying Avengers. Right now, I think so. I think there's
if
enough
it's on
campaign content right now, and you don't have to mess with none of the games as a service stuff. I think between the main Avengers campaign, this Black Panther campaign, and the Hawkeye campaigns, like both of them put together, I think that's enough.
You
to
will
warrant
unfortunately
purchase.
have to mess with some of the multiplayer stuff because the campaign forces you to mess with some of that, but it's very minimal. I agree that it is worth trying. If you're a Marvel zombie like me and you like good Marvel campaigns, these are good Marvel campaigns. I agree. I disagree a bit on Hawkeye. I thought that was a little half baked. But
no, I'm just saying when you put it all together, right?
Yeah. All together, the campaigns are proper. They're absolutely proper. Yeah,
and it's not
I even like this
full price anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
How much
Make sure you get
this?
it as cheap as you can. I paid $20. Otherwise, I would have bought it on Xbox. I paid $20 for PlayStation.
This is what I'm saying. Like, you can get it. Like, it will be $20 well spent.
Yeah. It is $20 well spent. 100%. I think if you're into Black Panther, if you're into any of this Marvel stuff, you will really dig it. I still hate the accents. I think Chris Judge did a terrible job as far as the accent. I don't blame him. I blame his voice coach, but that's neither here nor there. Let us continue with the conversation.
They could have hired Africans. That's all.
They should have hired Africans. Yeah. What are you going to do? Anyway, so I know we've been going back and forth on some of this discourse and all of that. I don't want this whole this episode to end with such vitriolic talk and all the back and forth. I will end this. I will button this section of the conversation up by saying, for me, since I've realized that this is what Spaces kind of tends to be, I'm pulling back a bit from Spaces, and I initially mistakenly thought that I had to request before people would add me to the conversation, and that has been proven to be false. So I may not even join certain Spaces anymore because some of them tends to be as Akhtar likes to say, it tends to be a trap. So I'm going to try and possibly step back, and I think you're doing the same, Everborn. What do you think?
No, I'm listening to all of them. I'm just not. I'm not.
You're just not going to participate.
And
yeah,
if they try
I'm
to
going to
add
try
me to speak, I'm just going to stay on mute.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I should have stayed on mute, but needless to say, because it didn't solve any problems at all. It was just they ran out of sacrificial lambs and they wanted me, and I was like, nope, I'm out there.
But I do also want to be clear. This is not about getting people to agree with my point of view. It is just about, I want us to hear each other as opposed to just waiting for our turn to talk.
Yes. No, I completely agree. So I do agree that the debate and the different opinions are useful and helpful. I just wish that we would all keep that same frame of mind as far as respectful and all of that when we're having these conversations,
unless we're talking to PC dudes. Sorry.
Including PC dudes. Stop the BS, man. Stop the madness, man. Stop it.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Stop it. But okay, before we go, and this might end up being a bit less of an episode. We always tend to get close to 3, but this time we're probably not going to do that. But I want to still I want to double back a bit and have more conversations with you about potential games that you're playing now and where you're going next. Because I'm a little bit confused. I don't know where I'm going next with this, man. I'm in the middle of 12 minutes. I haven't finished it quite yet. I want to finish it, but there's just so much coming in, and then we have the games come in 3 days, and there's more games coming, and it's just too much. So, what are you doing?
All right, so I'm gonna get through 12 minutes, hopefully this weekend.
Okay.
Then
you want to do the whole thing in one sitting?
No. I mean, between today and tomorrow, I don't think the game takes that long to finish.
No. So, if you know what you're doing, you can be quick with it. Yes, continue.
Right. So 12 minutes first. Then I have to decide between the Ascent and Scarlet Nexus.
Yeah, I haven't even touched Scarlet Nexus. I bought that same deal you did, and I want to get back to. I want to start it, but there's so many games right now. I don't know yet.
So then there are 2 games on the PlayStation side, older games on the PlayStation side that I plan to play this year. One is Ghosts, obviously.
Okay.
But
you need to play Ghosts.
I suspect that with the Forbidden West delay, that we will see a director's cut of some sort or some next-gen version
of Horizon
to keep the palettes wet and be ready for the next one. And so
they already have a PC version. Yeah. It's already out there. What,
see my
you
face
mad?
right now?
Don't get mad. Okay. You have a 3080 card, good sir. It will look better than any PS4 or PS5 can offer you. You can, and it's even cheaper. You're right now. Real quick aside, you're right now gonna wait for the director's cut on PlayStation 5, so they charge you $70 when you could go on Steam right now and pay $20 for the same game, and it looks better.
Any excuse because I got other games to play, so I'm not.
And you can plug in your PS5 DualSense, and it'll be exactly the same thing.
Okay, I just want that. I just want that next gen version on my $500 next gen console that I'm not playing right now. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. You want justification for why you bought that thing?
I'm not playing my $3,000 PC, but that's neither here nor there.
That's neither here nor there. Okay. Continue.
But anyway, so those are the 2 games I'm going to be. Well, 3 because of Kenna that I will be playing.
Yeah, I'll definitely be playing Kenna. Yeah.
But then there is, what is this other game? I have not. Omno's just not going to get played. All those other indie stuff is not really going to get played right now. So for me, the rest of my year is going to look like this. It's going to be the Ascent. It's going to be Scarlet Nexus. It is, well, I may not like. I didn't like the Scarlet Nexus demo. I'm hoping the game is. I'm going to give the game a couple of hours. People say it opens up after the first hour, so we shall see. I don't know if you see the comments, but. Yeah, 12 minutes, and then Psychonauts 2 is next week. That's the problem. And I may just finish 12 minutes and not get into anything until Psychonauts comes out next week, because I don't want to start another thing and then have to put it down again. Because Psychonauts is the next, like the next thing that's coming out that I'm most anticipated for. So Psychonauts, then after Psychonauts will be Scarlet Nexus, Ascent, and then probably Ghosts, or I will play Ghosts after I finish the Halo campaign on Legendary. But I normally but I play them in order. I play normal on the first run, then I go heroic, then I go Legendary.
Yeah, as do I. Yeah, usually I go in
now,
sequence.
I don't know who wants to get in on this bet with me. You can get on this bet, sir. And SloMo, you are invited as well. First to 1,000 on Halo.
Well, you can't do that because 1,000 includes multiplayer, and you're not going to do that.
No, I'll do it to get the achievement.
So you're going to get 1,000. You're going to get like, you're gonna walk in there and try and platinum, if you will, Halo Infinite.
Yes.
I think you have a problem.
The last time I did this was Halo 3.
So you're telling me Halo 3, if I check right now, you are 1,000 on Halo 3.
Check it out. Please do, sir.
Including the multiplayer.
Yeah.
Because I've seen you in multiplayer, man.
Where you have to get 2-for-1 headshots. Please.
I was about to say, yeah, like you go do that with the multiplayer.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But again,
I look forward to seeing this bet.
For the sake of playing multiplayer, I genuinely don't care about it. I'm going in there only with a mission. If they say I got to get a headshot, I'm getting a headshot and logging off. Right?
So what are you going to do? Set up bots and give them headshots and keep it moving? What if they say set up a headshot on real players?
Listen, there are Reddit groups that are just about getting those achievements, sir.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I have a club. I have a club on Xbox called the Halo Achievement Club. If you don't know, go find it. Exactly. All we do is hunt for achievements. So that's cool.
Anybody in the chat, anybody that follows me on Twitter, if you want to in on this bet, right? We can put some stakes on this thing. Right? We could bet a game. We could bet whatever we want. Whoever gets to 1,000.
I'm sure SloMo wants to be down because he saw your outtakes on the video.
Listen, it's all about getting to that 1,000. So
I have a feeling you're setting yourself up here, my friend. But I'm gonna let you do that. Go ahead.
I think that I will probably, just because of the timing of everything that's coming out, we'll see. But I may not be able to get to Ghosts until after that Halo campaign, which means I won't be getting to that till like December. But there's a lot of things happening, man. And I want people to I know we like talk crap a lot, but there's a lot of stuff on the Xbox and the PlayStation side. I do think that in terms of exclusive, Sony.
I was about to say, elaborate on the PlayStation side, please.
So I think
besides Kenna.
I think Sony has done well in the first half of the first year in terms of exclusives.
Yes,
and
they
I
did.
think and I think Xbox is doing very well in the
On the
second half.
Second half, yeah.
And you know, and they're both doing what they got to do, and that works. But if you look at the first year, I honestly think both companies delivered. Now 2022 is when things are going to get interesting, right?
Yes, because all the PlayStation offerings are gonna come to a head. How's Xbox gonna handle that? Because there's gonna be a lot of really good PlayStation games coming, a lot. If of course they release on time.
So yes, I am. I may have a hard time getting these multiplayer achievements, but there's ways around that, sir. But anyway, so I 2022 is going to be interesting because I still don't know how big Starfield is going to be. Right? I know it has a lot of hype around it.
People are saying that, but Starfield is going to be based on Todd Howard's and this is not me capping. This is just me based on what the director is saying. They're trying to make it their Fallout, just in space. And Fallout comes with that idea. Comes with an idea. It comes with certain ramifications. It's going to be the tip of the spear. Their big offering. Based on what he has said.
And I understand that, but what I'm saying is if 2022 for Sony actually gets us God of War.
Yeah.
Which I still think is an if.
I think 2022, even from a business perspective, they might not want to release God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Zero in the same year at the same,
But they did it with Spider-Man and God of War, so it's not Sony. Sure. They need to space out the bangers, as they say, but we'll see what they do because they do what they do well. They said Starfield is going to be bigger than Abandoned.
Well, I say Death's Door is bigger than Abandoned, and that was made by two people. So
Death's Door is still my favorite game of the year, and of all those games mentioned, it may end up being that way by the end of the year as well.
Yep. I still think it should be in the Game of the Year conversation. Yep.
But so what I'm saying is, let's assume that God of War is coming out. We know Horizon's coming out, right? What else is on the slate for Sony in 2022? And will Redfall and Starfield be enough? When you're comparing the
but remember, you're saying will Redfall and Starfield be enough? They have 23 studios, and all we know is Redfall and Starfield. That's 2 games.
No, we know other games. We just know they're not coming out in 2022.
No,
right?
I understand
Able's
that.
Not coming out.
But we don't have dates. We don't have dates to every one of those 23 studios. We don't have games to every one of those 22 studios. We don't, right? We have 2 games, right?
Right.
So I would assume, and this assumption on my part, put it out there. It's on the internet. You can hold it against me later. But 23 studios, only 2 games announced for 2022. I would think that even the most generous reading of it, right? Even the most generous reading of it, you should see at least 5-6 games come out from these other studios, right? Whether they be AAA or AA or whatever, there are 23 official studios that have multiple teams within each studio, right? So if nothing else, we should see at least 10 first-party games, whether of varying A status, come out from Xbox. If all goes well. We shall see. And of course, if that doesn't happen, there will be righteous smoke to be delivered, and I will have no issues doing that. But from what I'm seeing right now, it looks like they're on track to do that, right? What do you think?
I mean, we'll see. I just want to know, the competition is going to be stiff in 2022. It's
going to be stacked in 2022. Yes.
Stalker 2, but I think that'll be on PlayStation by the end of 2022. So.
Yep. I don't deny. And even if it's a little later, it's still like I wouldn't be all about that as like, oh, that's the Xbox game, because that's a multi-plat game that's just been like timed exclusive. That's what it's Deathloop.
Yeah, but people said that about Final Fantasy, and how's that going?
Well, yeah, okay, I hear you.
I don't count. But that's a different as multi-plat.
That's a different Square.
Until it is actually multi-plat. That's what I'm saying.
That is Square Enix being Square Enix. We know this. That is Square Enix. Square Enix is notorious for being. Anytime there's been mud in Xbox's eye, has it not been related to Square Enix? Look at Tomb Raider. Every time there's mud, anytime there's third-party mud in Microsoft's eye, it has something to do with Square Enix.
There's no smoke for Square Enix ever.
Of course not, because those people who like to deliver smoke tend to be PlayStation people, and Square Enix is always giving PlayStation what they want.
Okay, now
so there you go.
Now, what does the rest of your gaming year look like?
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, I'm not playing Battlefield 2042. I haven't played Call of Duty since God knows when. This is not because of like the whole Activision stuff. I've been boycotting Activision.
Yeah, that game they tend to be games not for me. Yeah. Let's see what does my gaming look like for the rest of the year. Halo is day one in whatever form it releases. As we've already established, I am a single player selfish gamer. Now, if that single player game comes out and it's not good, yes, there will be righteous smoke for it. But still, if it comes out single player, I'm there. I'll definitely be playing that. Whatever game comes, whatever is being played at that time will get dropped in favor of Halo Infinite when that releases. As far as Call of Duty, yeah, I'm with you. I don't play Call of Duty when it comes out because for me, like I said before, I'm tired of youngins, spitting racist shit at me when I'm multiplayering. So I just don't multiplayer. So I tend to campaign. And
let me ask a question about that. Right, I've heard people suggest that most of the people that do that are on the Xbox side of multiplayer. Is that true? Because I almost never play multiplayer on PlayStation.
Well,
or does that happen on both?
I would say it happens to both places because I've experienced it on both places. But those people that say it tends to happen on Xbox, it's by the very nature that Xbox tends to have more multiplayer-centric games, or more of the multiplayer-centric stuff is always in the mind's eye of Xbox of the consumer as Xbox games, like Call of Duty before the what do you call it? The marketing arrangement changed. Even after the marketing arrangement has changed, some people have been on Xboxes playing on Xbox when it comes to multiplayer for so long that that's still basically where they are, right? So even though it's not true today, right, and there are very much multiplayer games on PlayStation as there are single-player games on Xbox, Xbox is known as the multiplayer box, whereas PlayStation is known as the single-player box, and
that used to be the case, right? But like if we look at
hold on, a quick aside, a new challenger has entered the ring. Welcome, Optimus Code.
What up?
Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining the conversation. I see what you did there. Good job.
I appreciate it. That was pretty smooth, sir.
That was good. I like that. Good job.
Yeah, man, I was running some appointments. I was listening to y'all, trying to check some things out when I could. Then I had to run in and out a couple of different places.
Oh, no, we appreciate you coming and joining us for the conversation.
I thought you were running scared, sir.
No, not Saturday mornings, man.
Stop it.
Yeah, stop it,
that's unnecessary.
Hey, so Code, I do want to bring you in on what we were talking about.
Well, y'all got time because I know y'all been going for a minute, man.
We'll make time for you, Code.
We'll make a little time. Yeah.
Okay, we
want to be 2:30. We still have some time. Go ahead. Yes.
So we were talking about the gaming discourse, and to me, the way it seems like it is evolving to is sort of the Trump era politics, and what I mean by that is if you watch the lead up to the 2016 election and the 4 years where Trump was in office and now a little bit after, but less so, you'd have these wild characters that would come in and make claims that were sort of so false that it would take the interviewer off keel, and they'd have to fact check them in real time. But by the time someone does a fact check, they're on to the next ridiculous talking point. Yeah. And they would basically, and then they would sort of start shouting or over talking whoever they're debating with. And then now the debate, the person on the other side now has to shout back. And what it looks like is just two people screaming at each other and nothing really gets said. And they run the clock out until the commercial break, so to speak. And I feel like we're trying to, some of us are trying to have actual conversations, not about agreeing, but at least trying to understand what people are saying. And I feel like that is getting lost, and we're moving more and more because that debate tactic works. So what do you think about that, sir?
So there are two things that I think, Everborn brother. So first, I don't think it's new. I think that you personally are getting more and more exposure to this stuff because you're being brought in more and more, and you are running in circles now where you didn't before. And so I don't think that it's new at all. I think it has existed since the PS3 era. It's just that as you participate more, you start to see more stuff, and then you realize, okay, I see what's going on here, so on and so forth. As far as the tactic itself, like we are losing honest gaming conversations because of that tactic. I agree with you 100%. There are some people that you can have honest conversations with, and some people you just can't. At the end of the day, that's all it is. And because over time you realize who those people are, right? Like you and Kay Asante, I'll chop it up with y'all all day. I'll call you a bot from time to time. But at the end of the day, I know we're going to have like a for real conversation. There are other people I know, as soon as they enter the chat, the only reason they are there is to defend Xbox. And they're not going to listen to what you say. And to some degree, that same thing is true for PlayStation. And I know, Everborn, you like to think is evenly distributed all over. Like, that's not true. There are, how can I put this? With the last generation, there have been a lot of people on one side of the fence that are just fed up with the aggression and the constant media support from what they consider to be uneven for one side. And those people are now, there's like light at the end of the tunnel, and there's hope, and like things are turning around. And I don't care what you say and how many times you try to convince me different. Those people, is almost like you said with Trump. Those people are now emboldened because Trump is in office now, and where we had to be more subtle before, and where we had to be a little
overt now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the exact same thing. Like that Trump taking office was a great analogy. There were people that had hidden prejudices and racisms, but they had to keep them in check because that's just the way the state of the world was. But they got a leader in place who emboldened them to let those things out. And you saw how much more aggressive people were, like in open society, at his rallies, all these different things happening at these gas stations. And people just felt that they had support that they didn't before. From what I see from being in this for a while, it's that exact thing. I see people who, like, it's not evenly distributed. Now, of course, there are some clowns and extremists on each side, but the measure at which the rate of change and aggression from one side that wasn't that way before, that's very different, man. It is not even. But I think I understand why it's happening.
So let me, I want to push back a little bit on what you said. If I take everything that you said about the Xbox community as true, I'm not saying that I do, but for the sake of this argument, let's say I take all of that as true. I think that it is equal, but in different ways, right? I would argue that even if all those things you said were true about Xbox, on the PlayStation side, it seems, at least to me, much of the PlayStation discourse is around discontent for the Xbox, right? So if the Xbox discourse is not fruitful because it is all praise of Uncle Phil, I feel like the PlayStation community focuses way more on what Xbox is doing or doing wrong in their eyes than they actually focus on their own games. And
Give me an example.
I'll give you an example. For the last 2 weeks, right, we see Spaces is sort of on the rise, and I think you were on the forefront of that, right? You were doing them first, and then
I was doing the second. David Gaines, Strictly, he was doing it first, but go ahead. Okay.
Well, see, this is all my vantage point, because I started following Strictly after I saw him on one of your Spaces. So that's probably why I didn't see his. But those conversations, by and large, are usually geared around some bad thing that is perceived to be done on the Xbox side, or saying that Xbox guys are overreacting to something.
Okay, well, no, give me an example. That was still vague, though. You just said spaces. Like what spaces in particular?
The spaces that have popped up from you, from Strictly, from Persona, a lot of them, or J-Dub, all of the ones that I have seen, and again, this is all by who I follow, right?
Sure, right, so, right.
All those ones that I've seen, there has been one Xbox focused spaces where the Xbox guys started it and it was all a circle jerk and everybody was talking about how great Xbox was doing. But there have, for every one of those, there have literally been 7 or 8 PlayStation focused ones where they were really talking about just what Xbox was doing wrong or how bad the Xbox community was.
Can I respond to that, sir?
And as anecdotal as that is, I have experienced the exact same thing as Everborn. Please.
Sure. So that's what I meant when I said it depends on like your background and how much exposure you have to the whole thing. So from a certain perspective, and again, depending on when you entered the timeline, it will look like that. But what's actually happening specifically with me when I start a Twitter space, and it has to do with Xbox. I'm like, I've said this like, I don't know, 843,000 times, and I'll say it again. Xbox, the leadership, Phil Spencer, Aaron Greenberg, all of those people, I think that they are saying the correct things. I think that what Microsoft's messaging is from Xbox itself, I think it is all correct. Like, I can't stress that enough. I think Xbox is correct to focus on power. I think Xbox is correct to focus on games and studios. And I think Xbox is correct to try to show the value of Game Pass and the Series S. Even though I hate the Series S, I understand why they do it. I think it is correct for them to do it because Phil Spencer stood up in front of the gaming public and he said very clearly after 2013, the man said it with conviction. He said, I will not be out of position again on power. I will not be out of position again on price, value, and I will not be out of position again on content.
Code, I actually want to, I'm glad you brought that up. I'll let you finish your point, but when you are done with that point, I do want to, because Kay and I have been having this ongoing debate about the necessity of the Series S. And I want to have that discussion. So please continue. But don't remind me that I want to.
I will.
We're going to go long, but we'll do it. Let's do this. Continue. Continue, Code.
The reason I bring that up is because Xbox is correct to say certain things. Xbox is. And I keep saying, like, again, I've said this so many times. My issue isn't with Xbox, the organization. My issue is with the Xbox extremists who take every little thing that Xbox says and distorts it to such proportions that there is no hope of ever having those expectations being lived up to.
Can you give us an example of that?
Sure. Xbox will have hardware accelerated ray tracing with DirectML in every title, 60 frames per second minimum at native 4K. PlayStation has software-based ray tracing. It doesn't have all the tools, RDNA 1.5, 9 teraflops. Every game on Xbox Series X is going to crush PlayStation.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. Well, okay. Well, hold on. To that, like, I hear what you're saying there. Like, I guess I didn't take too much stock in that because as a tech guy, when I heard Microsoft say, "Oh, we have these tools," it's basically saying this is what you have at your disposal, developer. You can choose to use it or not use it.
Yeah, Kate, that's my point. What Xbox says is correct. Again,
but people assume that every game from then on will just be that.
There is no assumption. There are Xbox zealots and Xbox influencers in high places that are telling people this. And again, I have no problem with Xbox. The organization saying specific things. My issue is when
is people taking it out of context and going too far with it.
Yes, and the spaces that you guys see that you say is talking about bad Xbox. I mean, I preface each one of my spaces with this statement that I just said. I got no problem with Xbox. My energy is aimed at the zealots. If every space I'm on, I use that exact phrase every single time. And because those spaces are designed to feed crow to the people that you just said you ignore. And I disagree that the space is about bad Xbox. Not at all. The space is about bad zealot. And hey, you said this. Well, here's another thing. Now watch all you come in here and damage control and defend instead of admitting, hey, we spoke out of turn and we're not learning. We're just going to double down on the next thing. That's what those spaces are about.
So let me give you a small criticism, Code.
Of course.
If you will allow me, sir.
I
think that in a lot of these discussions, there's an inclination to narrowly define some of these subjects, and you could argue that I try to muddy the waters too much, because maybe I do, right? But I think
you just try to look for balance where there is none, and you do stuff to try to introduce balance. But go ahead.
Sure, but yep. I think that more often than I would like, not saying I'm trying to control your conversation, but you will narrow.
Go ahead.
You will narrowly define a topic to where it is this binary thing, and if someone
give me an example.
Does not.
Well, enough with these vague things. Give me an example again, because every topic I make is in direct response to a narrative that I am addressing.
Okay, so
I mean,
the SSD. Let me think about it. But I'll think about it, because I want to.
You were saying the SSD. Go ahead.
Well, I think he needs to think through that some.
Okay.
I want to give him a specific.
But while he's thinking about it, this is because the conversation is narrow, not because I'm trying to do a specific thing. It is because that's where the conversation is. For example, I had a guy, actually he was an Xbox guy, and like me and him was really cool, but it has nothing to do with Xbox versus PlayStation. He was just an Xbox guy, I guess I won't even say his name, but we was real cool. So this was before all the George Floyd stuff, right? And so I would have, because y'all know I tweet about more than games. When I see racial injustice, I tweet about it. Of course. And so I'm tweeting about police brutality. And so what he does is he tries to say, well, what about the white people? And white people are murdered by white. And so and this is the thing that I'm accusing Everborn of, not directly, but the same approach, which is, yes, I am trying to talk about a very specific thing, and I'm not narrowing it for the purpose of manipulation. This is the conversation. I want to talk about police brutality against minorities. But but the dude, he always came in and he tried to bring in other stats and if you look at
whataboutism,
this and
whataboutism. That's what that is. Whataboutism. Yeah.
And then he would have a video where a white guy got roughed up by the police, and
of course.
I'm like, look, bro, I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing that there is brutality that needs to be cleaned up, but you are not going to tell me that the brutality against minority community. Yes. And that is where Everborn comes in. And when I try to discuss a specific narrative that's been popularized by a certain group, for example, Xbox got no games. He knows exactly what we mean by that. He knows what we mean. And at this point, he knows that was started by the Xbox community, who hyped exclusives and AAA games and Metacritic scores. And now those same Xbox luminaries don't want to talk about that anymore. And so when I bring it up, he's going to try to bring up indies and little third party. Here's the complete list of games. And here's where white people get shot too, because
don't you compare me to those people.
That's a bit of a. I hear the analogy, and I can see where it's coming from, but that's a bit hyperbolic, sir.
No, it's not. It's not. The details are different, but he knows we are having a specific conversation. But in the interest of balance, he wants to broaden the conversation. And if you try to restrict it back to what you were talking about, he thinks that you're doing that, as a manipulation tactic. But no, we want to finish this conversation.
But I guess my issue becomes, if it was a single conversation, sure, but it comes across as though that is every conversation. And so when you see a pattern of all of those things and what the specific talking point, and I don't mean talking point in the way that the news people use it.
Sure.
I just mean like this is the topic of the day. When the topics are specifically chosen all the time towards that, it begins to look like a pattern.
It creates a narrative.
An agenda.
It creates a narrative.
The agenda, yes. But the agenda isn't the manipulation you're talking about. The agenda is these bots keep saying it, so we keep addressing it. It's like what you want to happen is for us, say today, we have a Twitter Spaces about Xbox got no games. And so then tomorrow, the Xbox doing all of this thing, and they trying to hype up another thing, and then so they're at it again. And so we have another Twitter Spaces at it again. It's like what you're saying is ignore what they do. You have conversations based around gaming, not in response to something that the other group that you consider your adversary has done. Ignore them. You have enriching gaming conversations that's full of variety and just lift everybody up. Do not respond to those people. Ignore them. And I done told y'all, I'm not giving no passes. No, them days is over with. If I see it, I'm addressing it. And every time I see it, I'm going to address it. Absolutely.
I will say Erodimus has a good point here. And this is just a point to speak to here. You know, it's true. There's messiness on all sides. I don't disagree with that. But I have not seen any Xbox specific spaces talking about how horrible or how ridiculous the whole abandoned situation happened. I have not seen that.
I don't doubt that you may see that in the future because Spaces seems to be getting a lot more popular now.
Sure. But we're talking about today. If this was an Xbox exclusive potential, how many spaces would be out there with the L on top? But I don't see any of them. Oh,
again,
come on
not
now.
true. No, absolutely no. And
I'm not saying that specifically you, because you have different conversations to be had.
Okay, well,
I hear that.
That's fair.
But I hear a lot of people like this conversation. If this was an Xbox exclusive, and you know how I know that? Because people still talk about Scalebound today.
Okay, so
right?
Look here.
So if this was an Xbox exclusive, there would be abandoned conversations everywhere.
Look at the Twitter, for example, and I know y'all know how to do Twitter searches. Do a Twitter search for me, J-Dub, Porter Rock, any of the J-Bar, any of the people that you would call the big PlayStation guys, and look how much venom we are spitting against abandoned. There's nobody, we're sick of it, it's trash. Porter Rock said, I don't even care if it is Kojima at this point. I'm not interested anymore. Like there are plenty of PlayStation guys that criticize abandon. So you don't have the opportunity for the Xbox community to feed crow to the PlayStation guys for hyping abandon because it doesn't happen. This is my point. You guys are generalizing and stereotyping way too much without looking at the specifics. Hold on. Look at the Halo Infinite situation. J-Dub hosted a Twitter Spaces, and I didn't really see either one of y'all come in it. I think
I was in there for a minute. I didn't see it for a minute.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
At the end, I waited and I was like, Jay, brother, I really appreciate how much respect you have shown the Halo franchise because you know people like us could have had a field day with this topic, but instead you were respectful of Halo, and he was like asking gamers, what do y'all think? A lot of Xbox guys was coming in expressing frustration with the thing, but y'all have seen that outside the space.
Oh yeah. And that's righteous frustration in our opinion, right?
But my point is, Jay held the spaces where this is no slander. Like y'all, what do we think needs to happen? Like, tell me your honest opinions because I want Halo to be good. He told us his experiences with Halo.
That's a spaces I want to be a part of. I have not seen that yet. So I guess I missed one.
People, yeah, it's what I'm saying. But now after the spaces, he right back on his stuff on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
So, but notice our stuff is against the bots and the bot narrative. It is not against Xbox.
So let me ask you a question, Cole. What was that Virgin Energy about?
So that was so funny, bro. Look, hey, if you remember, I made that tweet like early in the morning. I didn't even know, bro. I got up and I didn't even call nobody no virgin or nothing. I just I feel some type of weird virgin energy from. I forget what I said.
You said from Xbox gamers. You didn't say no Xbox.
Something. Yes. Yeah, I said something crazy for sure.
See, but you know what I appreciate about you, Cole? You admit that. You admit that. Most people don't. Most people drink their own Kool-Aid and they think it tastes good. You at least admit that. That's
silly.
good.
I was being, and I didn't actually call nobody virgins. I was just like
Yes.
virgin energy, and like my whole controllers thing. That thing blew up, man. My wow, people don't like this. So of course now
you're gonna do it all day.
Sweat, yeah. Now you gotta dig in. Go ahead, Everborn. What you got?
Yeah, I was saying, Porter Rock said something a few things on the spaces that were out of character for his Twitter persona, but probably in character for his, normal self.
Let me explain that real quick. Yes, if you listen to Porter Rock, and again, this is where I take most of my guidance from, because the man tried to explain things to me and I wouldn't listen. At the end of the day, this is his basic approach. And if you listen to any one of his podcasts, he pretty much says this. For him, Twitter is just messing around, talking trash, and to disrupt as many bots as possible. But in an actual conversation, no, we're going to be honest, and we're going to have like just real conversation about what's what, no lying, no twisting, no console war. We're just going to tell the truth. But on Twitter, it is impossible to have a legit conversation, because people are not going to read what you say. They're going to distort what you say. And then you just end up arguing 20 and 30 tweets deep, just on the same trash. It's just not the medium for serious conversation with some people. So Twitter, you get the jokes, but then if we want to have a conversation, then you get the real thing.
Yeah, because what he was saying about the whole Halo thing, all the Xbox guys were coming in there saying this is unacceptable. This is terrible. End of the world. And Porter Rock came in there and he kind of said it's really not. He said it was much to do about nothing because of Game Pass. And I know he had his angle where this is why he doesn't want Game Pass on something like Game Pass on PlayStation. But he was saying it incentivizes the service holder to release games, these sort of service style games where we'll give you a piece now and we'll give you another piece later. And in 3 months when the co-op is there, everybody's going to forget all of this.
Yeah, but right? Microsoft has already said that's their model. So yes.
Right. And so I did not expect him to say that. I expected him to say this is a travesty of epic proportions and everyone involved should be ashamed of themselves.
Stereotyping. See what I'm talking about?
I'm just going by the evidence of what I've seen of his personality.
Exactly. Once he said that 3-4 times, that's what you expect. So it surprises when he doesn't say that.
So when I do that for these bots, though, I'm supposed to be quiet, though.
Let me.
Oh no! Let me be clear though, real quick, Everborn. I will say I have gotten such surprises myself as well. Like you've seen me do that with you, Code, on Twitter. Yeah. I expect certain things because once I and when I don't get it, I'm like, hey, this is surprising. Like what happened?
I was surprised by the title of that Spaces you did about Dealer. I was like, where is this going? Because I was like, I know, but like I know that. That's why I was surprised that you had a title about Dealer. I was like,
it seemed questionable, and then of course the substance of it was good.
Well, because a lot of the PlayStation guys, they tweet me stuff like Dealer done said this, Dealer done this, DMing me, Dealer. I'm like, look, quit sitting like that. Go talk to him. And like, let me be clear. You're never going to get me to contradict Dealer out in the open like that. Our relationship is such now that even if you sent me something I think is suspect, I'm going to hit his DMs. And then that's
hit him real quick, talk to him, and then we'll talk. Yeah. That's right.
And so my point was for that Spaces was like, look, let me explain to y'all why Dealer is my guy, so that y'all know to quit tagging me in this stuff about Dealer, because it's never going to work. I've said it like 3 times, but y'all keep ignoring me. So let me go ahead and make it clear. That's why I made the Spaces about it.
I'm gonna need you and King David to work out whatever the hell y'all got going on. But that's a conversation for another day.
That's a different conversation. Yep.
Let's talk about the Series S.
Well,
let's do that. Let's do that.
I ain't got nothing against that man. He probably got something against me.
Let's do that.
We're not talking about that.
Let's move on.
No, but what?
I hang out with Simps all the time. What's up? What y'all got?
You're not doing that on this air. Come on, man. Come on.
What we got? So one more thing before the Series S. Why I agreed with what Rock said. I got there a different way. Like we used different equations, but we ended up with the same answer, right?
Okay.
So for me, like once, what do you call it? Once you introduce the internet to these consoles and they could do day one patches and things like that, that is the beginning of this, right? And this new sort of service model is only like that. That's just what's gonna happen now.
Yeah, has nothing to do with Game Pass.
Acknowledging that does not mean you are cool with it, right? It's
Correct.
just an acknowledgement of a fact. For example, and I said this, even with these $70 games, I don't want to pay $70 for a game, but I will if I think it's worth it, right? I don't want the game to not have co-op, even though I'm not going to play it. But I don't. I'm on camp. Don't delay. I'm on camp. If you are not happy about this, you should boycott the game and let them know. And I don't just.
I mean, how many games have come out without features that then get later added?
No,
this is like part and parcel of the experience this day. I don't know why people talk about delay.
I'm saying if you feel strongly about it, you should stop that. But that shouldn't stop me from playing the game.
That, but let's have another thing next week or something.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
but I can answer that question easily.
I don't think that people should stop me, who is primarily interested in the single player campaign, from playing it. This is why I'm not buying Battlefield 2042, because I have no interest in playing with people. I wanted to play a campaign. I would have paid $70 even if it wasn't that good. Right? So I don't think that those, if this part of the game is actually ready, and that's a big if, right? Because this thing can still come out and have problems. But if it is ready, I don't think they should hold it back. And I think we should be adult enough to say that feature is just not ready. We want to give the devs time, give them time. And if you don't want to give them time, then don't play it.
Speak to that?
Yeah.
Speak. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm not speaking representing myself. Well, let me be very clear. Full disclosure, I am only saying what an Xbox guy said in the spaces. I am merely parroting what he said. So you could come in, you could tell he was hurt by it. And basically, long story short, hold on, y'all, real quick. What is it? Okay, make sure you use that weed whacker too when you're done. Okay. All right, sorry, y'all. Oh shit, I thought I hit the mute button.
It's all good. Go ahead.
So he said that for him, he is not a Game Pass subscriber, and he's going to have to pay full price for the game because that's just what he does. And he has been waiting X number of years. He's been playing the MCC, but he's been waiting for the Halo reboot. For him now, a big portion of why he wants to play the game is removed because the ability to do co-op throughout the missions, which he has done with every single Halo with whatever his little thing was, and he doesn't like it because he is still going to have to pay the full price, but he is not going to get the full game, and he is not cool with having to wait 3 months or 6 months, because he's a big fan of the Forge too. Wait 6 months total to have the complete game when he's paying for the complete game up front.
True.
And he was really frustrated, bro.
Now,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
Of this game is going to be?
It'll be 60. It'll be 60.
I don't know.
It's already out there.
60. Okay.
It's 60. It's already out there.
Because that's a little strange to me. I don't know, because if we're saying the multiplayer is free to play, you can't really count that towards the price. So you're only paying that for the
$60 for a campaign. Yes,
and the features that go with the campaign.
Just like Battlefield is charging you $60 just for the multiplayer.
70.
Same deal.
Right, bro. That's 70.
70. I'm sorry.
Right?
Same deal.
So for me, that is kind of strange. I feel like the game. I mean, I don't know how much they spent a lot on it, but like,
oh yeah. But to answer his question,
how big the campaign is, but it feels like
to this Xbox. Well, but remember, they're saying it's a 10-year plan with multiplayer and campaign. Right. It's not just one campaign and you're done. There will be further stories within the campaign.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, Microsoft has been on the record, like, we are moving to a service model with Halo.
Yes.
Some gamers just don't like that.
Don't like it and don't hear it, but that's what's happening. Now the logistics of how will that be doled out, that we don't know. We definitively know that the multiplayer, free to play, cosmetics, all that. We don't know if that $60 will include just the base story and then additional monies will be paid for additional story content, or if it's free. We don't know that yet.
Yeah, we don't know. That's a good point. So I thought we was gonna talk about Series S, but
yes, that's where I wanted to go with it. Yes,
cool, but I mean, I thought y'all had to go and wanted to get the Series S.
Yes,
we're gonna talk about the Series S, but two things. SloMo pointed out, why don't I look for balance when it comes to PC gaming? Because it's trash, sir.
Oh, there we go. There you go.
Trying to hear that from SloMo. What?
Oh, man.
And then he asked, what would the campaign be if this thing released a year ago?
Last year, yeah.
Yeah, to that I would argue it doesn't matter because they delayed it for this reason. Right, and
they delayed it under duress because they initially were gonna release it. So this is a valid question to ask.
Yeah, and like
it is a valid
like that,
question.
It don't matter. See, that's in my opinion, that's a sidestep. I don't even know why you dodging this man's question.
No. What I'm saying is it got delayed. We don't know what there could have been story changes from Joseph Staten, right? There could have been full changes to the campaign. We have no idea. Right, I think the point is they got whatever.
Answer the damn part was my item. Answer the question.
My answer is it don't matter. That's my actual answer.
See, I was told I was sidestepping when I said I didn't care about
because
about,
you told me
Skyrim.
I was sidestepping when I didn't care.
No. See, and here's my
because you said it to me.
Here's my reason for why. Okay. Skyrim is a game that if you cared about it, you cared about it 10 years ago. When we were discussing this, when we were discussing this about the PlayStation hard drive situation, at that time, it's a thing that will affect every potential PlayStation user. And you should care about that. That's a big difference.
See, here we go. Why I should care? Look here, man.
It's a big difference.
At the end, it's not a big difference. It is not.
It is definitely different. There's one issue that affects everybody who uses this hardware versus another issue that affects only the people who care about this 10-year-old game. Makes no sense. But let's move on. Let's move on.
Absolutely not. The SSD only affects the people that want it, not everybody. That's not true,
sir. I mean, I'm not going to take that. I'm not jumping on that. But
we'll move on. Yes.
Everyone, without getting into it, all we're talking about is I was on y'all's show. I said I didn't care about a particular topic.
About the SSD. About the SSD upgrade.
I didn't have the right to not care.
No, I didn't say you didn't have the right to say it. I said basically
what you said, sir. And then he came on the Spaces. I asked him a question. He's like, "Oh, I don't care about that." I'm like, well,
I don't care about Skyrim, a 10-year-old game.
I'm like, okay, wait, so you can choose to care about stuff, but I can't. And so
seriously,
seriously.
Look, this is these agendas. No, I'm joking. But SloMo's second question is: do we expect the campaign?
Can't y'all just let SloMo come in? What are you doing?
He got the link. He
can choose to come. Well, we'll have a conversation. We'll have. You have no rights.
You have no rights. No. But the second question is: do you expect it to be a buggy mess? And my answer to that is: it better not be. So
it better not be. Do I expect it to be some bugs? Every game has certain kinds of bugs. Ratchet and Clank is talked about so favorably. I had mad bugs that nobody's talking about when I played that game. But bugs are bugs. That's part of the experience. Eventually, it gets fixed.
What's your answer to that question, Cole?
No comment.
No comment. Well, I think he expects it.
Commenting.
I think he expects it to be a buggy mess. I'm saying it better goddamn not be.
No, I don't. I just don't have no. I'm recusing myself from conversations about Halo and Halo development.
All right, cool deal. All right, now Series S.
Series S.
So me and Kay have been having this.
And let's keep it short because we're almost running 3 hours. Let's get to it. Go ahead.
I feel fresh. How much time we got?
We have been having this ongoing debate about whether the Series S was necessary. My argument is that
it wasn't.
Sony has in this instance. Sony's strategy was better in terms of the SKUs they offered for lower prices. I think Xbox would have gotten more bang for their buck if they did a digital only version of the Series X, as opposed to the $299 version of the Series S. And the reason why is in the first year or in the beginning right now, in order to get any one of these consoles, you really have to be a hardcore gamer for the most part. Just finding them alone, you got to be hardcore. And at the beginning of any console generation, it's the hardcore.
Only the hardcore that buys.
And so the hardcore would favor the more powerful SKU. So my argument is that by the time the casuals come aboard, the price will be negligible for what you could get for the big boy, right? There will be price drops.
Yes.
To
and
the
I
point
think you're
to make the
mistaken on
Series
that.
S.
Or
Hold on.
Slim or something. Yes.
You're wrong about that.
Okay.
Because
I could be
Microsoft
wrong.
even said you were wrong
But-
about that.
but
if you looked at their documentation,
Microsoft, of course they're gonna say that. Why
Well,
would
no,
they say
but-
that?
Rude.
but
Let
hold
the man
on, hold
finish his
on.
point. It's so rude.
Go ahead. Finish your point.
Okay.
Finish your point. Forgive
So-
me. Yes.
There's other factors as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that we have anyone that points to data on this, I think is not thinking about it the right way, in the sense that we've never seen this before, right? They launched 2 consoles with two
With
different
specs.
it's different specs. I understand it's the same architecture,
Different
but
use
it is
cases for different people, but yes, continue.
cool, right?
Mhm.
But I think that the casual audience, when they buy something, there's this lizard brain reaction, which is, I want to be excited about what I got. And I think the Series S, you literally buy it because you can't afford the X. And that's not a good feeling to
But that's a hardcore gamer perspective you're laying to casuals.
But
they don't care about the best.
That's
where
disagree.
casuals.
Do casuals not buy OLED TVs and
Bro. Bro,
cars and what you
my
call it?
sister owns 3 Xbox One S's because she needed them for the house. She doesn't care, even though she had OLEDs on. She has 4 OLEDs in every room. She still bought 1S's because it was cheaper and it served the purpose.
Okay.
She didn't give a rat's ass. The cost benefit analysis there worked out in her favor because for her.
But Kay,
She
that
just needs-
that is actually proven Everborn's point, because
Well, but I have more to it than that. I'm waiting for him to
Hold on,
finish
yeah,
his, but continue.
Let me. So the S at one point was the premium experience, and over time it got cheaper to manufacture, and then the 1X came around, and the 1S was sold at a much cheaper price.
Sure.
So his point of
Mhm.
by the time your sister is ready to buy a console, she could actually get a Series X at a much cheaper price.
Understood.
Furthermore, and if we're
Mhm.
talking about consoles who casuals who don't care about graphics, by the time we get to that period in the life cycle of this generation, I would argue the cloud gaming on TVs will be good enough for them because they don't care about graphics.
I want to hear Kay Asante's point. So how are you defending the existence of the S?
So I think the reason why this is a bad take is because if you look at why they made those decisions, it was based on historical hardware sales, not hardware sales of consoles, but hardware sales and hardware manufacturing capabilities of components. The reason why the Series S, the reason why the 1S and the 1X and the OG Xbox One decisions were made
Let in slow-mo.
Oh, I apologize. I did not even see. Welcome, SloMoBackSlap. This is going to be a barn burner of an episode. Oh, this is amazing. Right?
Today, my name is not SloMoBackSlap. It is Halo Infinite Delays.
Infinite Delays. Welcome to Halo Infinite Delays. But okay, the reason why, and I guess my main point on all this is the decisions that they use to make these hardware decisions are not exactly what consumers think about or should even think about. The reason why the 1S and the 1X were possible was because at that time DRAM prices were super cheap, and they knew it. They forecasted DRAM prices would continue to be cheap, so as the hardware matured, the prices would drop and drop and drop, and they could then release it at a cheaper rate and then create better hardware, and then the last hardware that used to be the tip of the spear gets that discount. Same thing as the iPhone model, right? Oh, we have the 12, 13 comes out, 12 becomes the budget model. Why? Because as hardware revisions continue, the prices drop. If you paid attention to their Hot Chips interview showcase they did, they told you that DRM, the DRAM cost savings, that's not happening projected this time around. The next gen coming up now, the hardware they build will cost them, and it will continue to cost them. There'll be no discounts, and that's the reason why there's a big idea that there won't even be mid-gen refreshes, because in order to have a mid-gen refresh, the hardware must become cost-effective, so you can add more and still retain the same uplift in cost and what do you call it? How much you make from it and all that. Unfortunately, and of course that can change because they're only forecasting. But when $1 trillion company forecasts that the last gen, we forecasted we can upgrade because we see prices gonna drop at this time, and it did. And this time we're forecasting that it won't drop, So instead of that, we're going to give you this hardware with other things in mind in order to keep it fresh moving forward. Meaning, in the beginning, it's all about throughput. It's about the strength of it, right? Oh, I have 3 gigahertz. You have 2 gigahertz. Mine's better. At some point, that's diminishing returns. It can no longer go any further because, first off, we can't upgrade the hardware because prices ain't getting cheaper. At that point, then it becomes working smarter, not harder. And there you get your ML, there you get your FSR, there you get all of those. Add that to the idea that they initially thought that, hey, just like you, Everborn, looking at Halo and Halo co-op and looking at the numbers and going, look, only 1.x% of people actually even do it. Yeah, they looked at this and went, only even right now in a saturated 4K market, we have 4K versus we don't care and we don't have 4K is such a drastic difference that there's no need to put the emphasis on 4K because many people still don't give a shit. So
Can I respond to that?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
So, and I would like to respond without being interrupted, even if I say something that just, not you specifically, I'm talking to everybody. If it just make your flesh crawl, just let me get my bars off and I'll try to make it quick.
That was definitely towards UK.
No, it's not. So
keep it moving.
I'll think about it.
Well, this conversation is already played out. I watched 2 very smart people have this conversation. One that's in the software engineering, speaking from the engineering side. One who is a very high-ranking game developer who likes to downplay what he actually does. And he's been through many, many console generations. And here's the thing. So what you discussed, Kay, you was coming from the side of the computer engineer. What you are discussing, there are 2 sides to every product that comes in. It is the engineering analysis. What are the prices? What can we do? What are we expecting the price to be? And then there's the market analysis. You and this other guy focused only on one half of the equation, which is what are the engineering realities with the engineering and the prices and the specs and what we can do.
Yeah, I haven't even spoken to the consumer market yet, but I was asked to stop, but continue. Yes.
Okay.
This is not my complete argument. I'm just saying there is an argument to be made from a hardware perspective, but please get your bars off.
And I was asked not to be interrupted, and y'all
No, please go ahead. Go ahead.
What happened is that there is a engineering analysis and there is a market analysis. And the market analysis has to show that the engineering analysis can actually be sold in this current market. And at the end of the day, that market analysis didn't happen because the Series S is not selling in this market. And Series X's sell out as soon as you can find them. And the resources and chips that went to creating the Series S would have been better spent on the Series X that actually sells. Now, it doesn't mean that the Series S doesn't have to exist, but the allotment of S to X was based on a hardware analysis and not the market analysis. And we see the actual results that the Series S is easy to go get. The Series X is almost impossible to go get, which shows you where the demand is for which product. Further, you have the competition who did that same engineering analysis, who did that same market analysis and decided something like this will not work in this market. So we're going to make a diskless version, but at full spec. And that thing is also in high demand because both people have to have their engineering analysis and the market analysis, and Xbox or Microsoft in general is known for focusing on the engineering analysis, but maybe stumbling a little bit when it comes to the market analysis and discontinuing so many things and so many missteps in the marketplace because the analysis of the
they lean too heavily on the technical, but not too much on the market analysis as in the people.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's
you know what? I will push back a little and say we don't know where it is ultimately because we're still 6 months in. There's dribs and drabs.
Right, today is what we're talking about.
No. That's what I'm saying. Dribs and drabs. But I hear your point on them focusing too much on the market analysis, too much on the technical analysis, and maybe not giving enough, and not giving enough attention to the market analysis as well. I hear you on that, and that is a very good point to make. That's a good point to make.
Well, it's not
I will.
Like I said, I see some people arguing it on Twitter.
No, and that is a good argument to make. I will say for now, the jury's out on that part. We'll see on that part, but I do hear you because that is a righteous argument. It's an argument that most people don't make, but when it comes to that, I will hear you on that. What Everborn is trying to say is that, well, from what I've gathered of what Everborn is speaking on, is that since the right now, as you're saying, so much of the attention is going to the X, and by the time the S and the X are equal in the marketplace, that the what do you call it, cloud gaming will be so prevalent that it will make the need of Series S useless. Am I wrong in that's your assertion of it, Everborn?
My cloud gaming point only speaks. That's that's a rebuttal of your idea that casuals don't care about graphics. If they don't care about graphics, then the cloud should be good enough for them.
Yeah, but the cloud is also not good enough yet. The cloud, like the real cloud, and we've had this conversation, people talking about 5G, all the bullshit marketing they're giving. Real 5G is about 4 or 5 years away.
I'm not talking about.
And until it is, no, listen, I hear what you're saying, but the reason why I say that way is because you're talking about when it becomes like the Netflix, when it's available everywhere, where convenience trumps everything else. I get that. And Netflix allows for that. But gaming has higher bandwidth requirements. And you will not be able to do that with our tiered world.
Again,
go ahead.
What I am saying, I'm not talking about gaming on your phone. I actually
you're talking about Go ahead.
I am talking about the gaming on from a streaming stick or your TV or things like that, where you will have higher bandwidth because you are in the house.
But listen, this is all connected.
Isn't ready yet as well.
Yeah, but this is all connected because
the beta program for xCloud on PC isn't and this is like I have Verizon Fios 1 gig up and down. I have on my gaming PC that is more powerful than these consoles. Once again, my game.
You mean you have your Lamborghini is more powerful than those Fords? Those are Accords?
Absolutely. You know, as it should be. But like,
as it should be. Continue.
But like,
you got no game though.
You got.
Here we go.
You just don't know the names of them. It's all good. So like the issue that I had when I tried it, and I know it's still in beta. But we don't know when it's going to come out of beta. We don't know how long that time period is going to take for them to optimize it, get it better for the experience, because latency is still pretty basically what you're getting on mobile phones, where for certain games where you don't need to have like quick switch, like maybe like a turn-based traditional RPG, or like a narrative driven game like a Telltale game, like those games where you don't need your input in how like late that
where input matters. xCloud is not the box.
Absolutely not.
100%.
Try to play something like Outriders or try to play something that is.
It's gotten
like
better
Destiny.
with the xCloud with Series X being added there, like because now the blades are all Series X blades rather than S blades, which was there when Outriders was being played. It is better now, but it's not. You're still right. It's not perfect. But
now,
to
I
my
can't
point,
remember when I tried I know I tried it sometime this year.
Yeah, if you tried it a while ago, try it again soon. Like now, you'll see a bigger uplift. But still, it's not ready for prime time. Like the primary way. There is one point I'm trying to make though. The reason why I keep bringing up like 5G when we're having these conversations is because like what consumers think about it is not all that's being considered when this is being thought of. Net neutrality, very important, because net neutrality limits physical connections to your home in America. All of the ISPs have stopped working on optimizing the home connections. That's not the hotness anymore. What's hot is the mobile space, because there net neutrality doesn't matter. So they get to control more of the pipe, right? And because physical media, because the regular cable is now limited. It's considered what do you call it, tier 2. So what that means is it has to be considered like a plumbing pipe, right? Even if you're the one who laid the plumbing work, you can't stop other companies from using that plumbing pipe. It has to be available for anybody who wants to use it, whether it be Verizon or AT&T or whatever. That's home connections. We were trying to establish that for mobile connections. It failed. Trump, what are you going to do? Now, with 5G, they get to go, oh, see this highway? Yeah, you have a Mercedes, so you get to go 60 miles an hour. Oh, no, you have a Pinto, so you're only allowed to go 10 miles an hour. They get to make those determinations because net neutrality does not extend to mobile, right? But since they are not spending so much of their budgets optimizing the physical in your home connections, the next hotness is 5G. The only way forward. That's the reason why right now even home connections are tethered, are limited. Some people get like 2-3 gigs a month. There's no way in the world you're playing a game solely. Stadia will fail when all you got is 5 gigs a month or something like that. Their hope, Microsoft's hope, is 5G comes out, diversifies the entire internet market, and then allows for this stuff to then become prevalent. And since that's not the case, since that's not the world of the day, since you don't hear Biden talking about let's take up net neutrality and fix the mobile part of it, you're not going to get real, true xCloud like in Korea for at least this whole gen, because they have to fix that before it becomes useful. And until they do, home connections will never get better than what you see today, because that's not where the money is. If they put their money into fixing home connections, that home connections have so many rules against it, they're not allowed to limit the competitor. Right? They have to keep the competitor the same as them.
Great. What do you mean? My home connection is excellent.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm talking about the America at large. I have a great connection at home. Most of us have great connections at home.
You think most people have poor home connection?
No. I'm saying that by and large, there's the tethering. I keep saying tethering. The tiering, the tiered market where you're only allowed to have X. Do you guys, anybody on here, have a bandwidth cap for the month for your home connection?
No, I don't.
Nope.
Do you code?
No, we're not.
Nope.
Exactly. I know so many people that have limits on their internet at home. Normal people. We are not those people, right? We pay for the top tier internet. But what I'm trying to tell you is when these companies are making these decisions, they don't make the decisions based on us. They make it based on the weakest link, which is the normals. And the normals still live with bandwidth caps.
Let me say this real quick. The majority, because I did some research on this a few years back when the whole, like when our buddy Enrique was calling himself Lord 5K, was saying cloud gaming was taking over the world. The entire landscape when it comes to the United States, when it comes to the internet, I think this data is a little old, but this can still give us a snapshot of where we are. Around 70 to 75% of the entire country has broadband, but the difference is that unlike everyone on this panel, the it's considered broadband because it is, and but they only base it off
like
of
DSL.
download. They only base it off of your download speed. They don't look at your upload speed at all.
Speed.
So if your upload speed is 50 megabytes per second or less, even though that is very inadequate if you have like a regular household with family and you're trying to do cloud gaming, you need more
upload
more bandwidth.
down.
Definitely more upload than that. But the other issue is that the vast majority of the people who were in that 70% that had broadband had data caps. And as you were mentioning with data caps, once you're basically paying for almost like a sales fee per gig after you hit your cap, which is ridiculous.
That's right.
And but the real point I wanted to make is that some of these ISPs, once they got rid of net neutrality, some of these ISPs have pulled back from no data caps. There are counties that I know of in my area, the DMV, where Comcast used to not have data caps, but then told people you're going to have a data cap now, and there's nobody to stop it.
And even Verizon right now,
the rules have changed.
T-Mobile have like, even though they did good things for the consumer, they basically trained people to be used to this world of madness. They went, oh, if you're on T-Mobile, your Netflix is free. Yeah, that goes against net neutrality. It should be what it is what it is, and that's just a dumb pipe. What comes through it is not, we don't know it. But because they fought the good fight, and of course these ISPs know where their bread is buttered. Mobile's where the game is. So they went, okay, for your home connection, all right, it's just a dumb pipe. We're going to let it go. What does that mean? That means they'll never invest in it again, meaning your home connection will never get faster. The places that are getting faster are the mobile connections. And those mobile connections have so much in it for them. So they can like Verizon used to go, well, if you're using our Verizon service, you get 4K. If you use Netflix, it's only 1080p. Stuff like that. And because those things exist still in the marketplace, there is no way in which, like, we can live in that Stadia ideal where you just have your controller, it's connected to your TV, or it's on your phone.
You saying that Microsoft is just gambling on this whole cloud thing? And
they are aware that this is the problem.
Wait. Let me
go ahead.
My question.
Please, yeah.
Are you saying that Microsoft is just gambling on this whole cloud thing, and they actually have no way to influence the outcome? They're just sitting somewhere hoping it goes one way over the other?
No. Exactly what you're saying. They are aware of the problem, and they know that this was a problem back in the day with other services.
So
right?
They can influence the outcome.
Of course, yes, but this should be death by 1,000 cuts, right? We all know that eventually the net is where everything's gonna live. And we also all know that when you're making money, there's no way, like, I mean, you have to like, through pain of death, to change their business model, right? So just like with what do you call it? xCloud on iPhone, just like with all those other things that didn't exist until they did, what they're saying is there is no technical limitation here. It's just getting past people's business models. So much like Stadia did, and even, I forget the dude who used to work at Microsoft who then became Stadia's guy, he said the same thing. The world you live in today does not allow for it. But as the technology matured, there you go, Will Harrison, yes. He said exactly the same thing. As it matures, it puts stress on the powers that be that want to keep the environment limited just for business reasons, because at that point, once it becomes ubiquitous,
because it's big for the home market, and just that the fact that it's big and like really popular from the home market is not putting that pressure on them to do any of these things. So why would it for the mobile?
Well, because the home market doesn't need it as much. Because remember, there's a lot of local rendering at home, right? You got a console at your house. Even if you have a limit, the only time you really deal with internet on your console at home, unless you're like multiplaying like a fiend, is when you download the game and then it's local rendering. If we live in a world where everything is rendered in the cloud, that builds up quickly. You in a week,
sure,
you're like a gig plus.
I understand. I'm just saying, and SloMo, I know you wanted to jump in, so
yes, please.
I'm sorry, but if it is the case that Microsoft is waiting on the demand to become so high that the powers that be have to address this issue, my point is that demand is already high on the home market and it's not forcing any movement.
Well, the reason why it's not forcing any movement is because the home market also has a lot of rules and rules that govern the road, hence net neutrality.
Sure, but I'm saying
that's what I want to get into real quick.
Yeah, it's not in their best. It's not in the ISP's best interest to add money to that market where they can't control all aspects of it.
Yes, and that's exactly where I'm going to get into. So this is really outside the realm of whether the technology can work, or when and how this stuff can be adopted to the more rural areas of our country that don't have the fastest internet. The issue is that there are two different camps of big business that are lobbying on both sides of this argument. You have your Microsofts, your Googles, your Amazons that want broadband unlimited to be all across the nation. They would love
real quick. They want the rules of net neutrality to also govern mobile, and that's currently not the case. Continue, SloMo.
They want things opened up so that they can be able to get their technology to work across to anyone, whether you live in West
That's right.
Virginia, Florida, DC, Chicago, LA, wherever. The ISPs have to spend the money on the infrastructure to get that done.
That's right.
They don't want to do that because they've been telling the government they were going to do that for decades and didn't do it.
And they never do it. That's right.
They've been telling the federal government since the 80s that they were going to build out fiber throughout the entire nation.
Give us the spectrum and we'll build it up.
Yeah, part of the reason why Verizon, AT&T, and Time Warner don't pay taxes is because there's a deal in place where they have told the government, we are building infrastructure for the internet for America. You should be charging us taxes when we're doing you a favor. And meanwhile, all they've done with that not having to pay taxes is get richer. They've barely done any of that stuff, and they're not even trying to, because they got little fiefdoms right now. You can look at the map and see where the fiber, the backbone is owned by.
They've
Verizon,
gerrymandered it,
AT&T,
the entire country for it.
Yes. And all the other ISPs, Comcast goes in my area. Comcast goes to Verizon to get internet.
I'll add
I'm just saying, just real quick before I'm done. Like, that's how it works. So they have lobbyists that lobby to get certain laws or to stop laws from going into place. And Microsoft and Google and Amazon have lobbyists doing the opposite. So it's a whole different war going on,
SloMo,
so to speak.
Given that it's Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, couldn't they just all become their own one big united ISP and just shut everybody?
Google has tried, but it hasn't worked for them.
Yes, exactly.
That's
Google
not what
tried
I said.
this.
I said, can't they all work together to be one big ISP themselves?
The problem with that is they'd have to lay new pipes, and nobody pause. Well, because that was the deal, right? The deal was the pipes have been laid. Everyone has agreed that we're all going to communicate.
All these issues and it's all these.
That's
problems,
right.
They can work around.
Kay, let me answer your question. Kay. Couldn't all the countries in Africa come together to become one superpower?
They tried, and then America stopped them. Let's continue. So it's true. If you don't believe me, look it up.
I understand that. I'm saying it's the same analogy.
Yes, but the point is though,
because you got three companies that want the same thing.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what you have to understand is they can't just get up one morning and go, okay, we're going to lay the groundwork for our own ISP. Just like the interstate. It's a government private partnership, right? And no one can just go and lay their own. You have to have that government approval before you're allowed to lay your own. So what they did was, okay, this is laid everywhere. We're hopefully going to get the rural areas.
Internet providers. You're saying that these local internet providers that we have from where I am, because where I live, there's way more than Comcast. We have like 8 or 9, and you're saying that they had to work with the government to be able. Not your local ISP. At the beginning of laying the pipe, it was a private business, a private government partnership. Now, like your local ISPs where you live, they just benefit from the established like infrastructure that has been laid. But in order,
here's a great example of it, Code. This happened 2 years ago. A construction company actually was doing construction on the highway, cut the fiber line for Verizon in Chantilly, Virginia. That took out internet for Verizon, Cox Communications, Comcast, every single
they all
ISP.
share the same pipe.
They all go to Verizon in that area to get internet because Verizon laid the fiber. They created the foundation. Everyone,
but they can't control it. See, that's the problem. Why they refuse to make it better.
You guys are saying that therefore, because that happened, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon cannot unite to lay new fiber. Because
I'm not saying
they can't unless they get buy-in from the government. Which at this point, it's easier to get it's easier to fix the existing than to create new. Because that's everywhere in the
United
United
States. They would have a
States.
problem getting buy-in from the government because the government does want this overall. The
Sure,
government does want this to happen.
Yes, and of
Google,
course this is all new because the last
tried
government
to
was
do
completely
this.
anti, right?
Yeah, Google tried to do this in more rural areas with Google Fiber.
With Google Fiber,
what ended up happening with Google Fiber is that they were not able to build that out in more established areas. So let's say if there was an area where Time Warner or AT&T already had fiber built, they would have to go to AT&T or Time Warner in order
so
to
you
do
saying
business.
like once they do it like a franchise in McDonald's, if I have the rights to franchise in Northeast Illinois, anybody else, they can get a McDonald's anywhere else, but that region is mine and they can't put a McDonald's here.
It's like a
I
drug
They
dealer.
can.
Yeah.
It's
They
like a
can,
drug
but it would-
dealer locking down a block.
They
Shout out
can,
to
but
the
it would
Network
require.
Podcast. What are we doing
Exactly.
here?
No, but the point is, it's not that easy
I
to
understood that
have this
reference more
conversation.
better than this other stuff.
all of this stuff informs the Series S versus Series X decision. It all does, but most people don't know that because, oh, well, why did they make this that's smaller? They made it because the environment that you're in is fraught with a lot of this mishigas going back and forth, and there's a lot of conversation that needs to be had, both government-wise and from a technical perspective, and that's why it's not as simplistic as all that. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but what I am saying is you are talking about it as though it's a foregone conclusion that it will work, and you don't know that because there's no data to prove that.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that it's not a foregone conclusion that it'll work. It is the best option in this very bad situation that they find themselves. Does it mean it'll work 100%? No, of course not. But a lot of very smart people have thought long and hard in aspects that you did not think of.
You don't
and
think
made this
smart
decision.
people at Sony that thought differently?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there. I think there are better, smarter people at Sony than there are at Microsoft when it comes to certain things because they do a lot more with a lot less. So I respect the hell out of them. What I'm saying is they're both coming at this from. They have two different business models, two different needs. PlayStation is the tried and true model. You buy our box, we give you the experiences. It's worked for them forever, and it continues to work for them. So there's no need for them to change. Microsoft tried to play that exact same game, and they lost. Of course they lost. They've been at this for a long time. You don't come at them from the front, you're going to lose horribly. So what's Microsoft doing? They're approaching it from a different side. They're changing their business model to try and accept and try and, cover them. You want the AAA space, you can have that, but we'll be around everywhere else. That's what they're trying to do. But the problem with that is the reason why your thoughts on xCloud and this and that is that there's a lot more around there. Like as SloMo and I have been discussing, there's so much mishigas when it comes to the highway that you need. Look at when Netflix first started. Okay, there have been two really big net neutrality debates. The first time that happened, Netflix was on our side because they were the young dogs. Oh, if you do this, if you don't make net neutrality even on mobile, that means that anybody who wants to innovate can't innovate because those who are established get to determine the rules of the game. Netflix was on the picket line. Second time, 4 or 5 years later when that happened, at that point, Netflix was established. They had all the monies. They could make inside deals. They now have an inside track that prioritizes their connection with those ISPs. They have a deal with Verizon now. They have a deal with all these other big dogs. Second time around, what would they say? We don't think net neutrality is that important. We're going to sit back and refrain. Pay attention. There's a lot going on that's influencing these things. We just don't see them because they seem disconnected.
I believe that 100%. Hey, real quick, y'all. I sent each one of y'all a picture for a thing. Okay, Asante, you asked a rhetorical question. It may not have been rhetorical, but each one of y'all Twitter DMs, I sent y'all an image to speak to, and we don't have to go over it, just to speak why in the case of Halo Infinite, people are feeling some type of way if the game is broken up into parts. Again, none of this stuff happens in a vacuum. And if you guys, if you just stop focusing on when you enter the timeline, and if you get the complete picture, you will see why people say certain things. But anyway, go ahead and finish the conversation.
No. I hear you, and let it be clear. Although there are people who do some trolling on the internet and this and that, there are many instances where where Code, you have said something, and I have looked into it, and I go, this is a genuine fact. So I appreciate that.
It's gonna be rare, sir.
No. You and I have had that on a few occasions where I expect trolling from you, and then you drop something that surprises me. I'm like, yes, okay then. So I'll take whatever you give me, and I'll analyze it.
I
So
appreciate it, man. Y'all some good brothers, man. Y'all really are.
Everborn, you had a rebuttal. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Slomo.
Go ahead,
I
Slow.
just put a link inside of the private chat, the stream. This is an article from Receptacle. I think it was originally started like about 7 years ago. They talked about back then the FCC was moving forward in turning the internet in general into a utility. And which is what we wanted. It would have been the perfect solution to the issues with the lack of consistency with what we see with internet performance when it comes to rural areas versus more and I guess closer to cities, neighborhoods, those kind of areas. What the ISPs fought back against this with the argument that this was going to hurt broadband and hurt broadband users.
It's going to hurt initiative. It's going to hurt innovation. We don't need rules.
Which they could never actually prove. And then they even came out with a petition for people to bring their arguments towards, which overwhelmingly the people were against them, and they
didn't
tried
hear a single
to rig
thing.
that. They actually tried to rig that with bots saying the opposite, and all kinds of 100%. And this 100%. Is all because, and look where we are now. What the internet providers did was they had their lobbyists lobby for them, and then they put in place that Ajit Patel guy,
Ajit Pai, with his goofy Reese's cup,
for Verizon. And what did he do? He dismantled all the.
That's the second time. That's when Ajit Pai was in there. That was the second net neutrality fight, and at that time, Netflix had become big at that time, so they made deals. And then instead of fighting against Ajit Pai, they went, it's all good. All of this stuff really matters, and this is what's stopping y'all from getting what you want. But if you're not paying attention, it's happening.
Ain't nothing stopping me from getting what I want. I'm surrounded by greatness, sir. Go ahead,
to get to my point about why I think cloud gaming isn't going to at any time soon become something that could be a reliable solution for gamers to an alternative for people to go to, is that it's stuff like this that continues to happen that prevents progress from being
all I'm
made.
trying to say. That's right.
Until we can find a way to get the ISPs to stop fighting, doing what they said they were going to do decades ago, which is actually provide reliable, good internet to people, regardless of where you live in the country. This is always going to be a problem where people
when we start treating the internet like a highway,
great time on cloud
then it will be fine.
And someone else will say, I had an absolutely abysmal time.
Let me ask you this, Slomo, because the guy that I talked to, he lives in Sweden, and he said that actually the United States has the worst internet in the world. He said
Europe
has
absolutely true.
Better internet.
I lived in the Netherlands for many years.
Because it's treated as a utility, like water, electricity.
Okay.
That's what net neutrality is.
Countries, they treat it like it should be treated, like it's a standard of life, of living that you should have. And because of that, there is no let me charge you more. Let me not charge you.
Like I was saying,
that kind of stuff.
In the world we live in, America, their highway, you drive a fast car, aka you're on Verizon, you get to go faster. No, you're on a competing product. No, you get to go slower, because they get to do that in the pipes. They call it QoS, quality of service. They get to trim. They see the packets coming down the highway. Imagine a highway, bunch of cars, right? They get to pick who gets to be in the fast lane and who gets to be in the slow lane. And that's the problem with net neutrality. It
spans even further than that when it comes to even software applications. Verizon actually got hit up for they blocked Google Wallet. When Google Wallet was first introduced, they blocked it on their Verizon network because Verizon was actually
had their own competing product.
That's right. The same thing. They ended up abandoning it because they suck at doing stuff like that. And so a year and a half later, they end up finally allowing Google Wallet to work on their network. But
the rules allow them to do
that. The reason why they were even able to do that is because they got rid of net neutrality.
The rules allow them to do this. Whereas on home connections, we have forced, and now they gave up on that. Oh, the home connection, yep, that is a pipe now. Now that whoever comes in can come in and use it as anybody else does. Yes, it's true that Verizon controls them. There's some licensing monies that change hands or whatever, but they're not allowed to packet shape based on what they want compared to their competitors. Those rules, they let them go on home connections because they saw that's a loss leader. Everyone's got a smartphone in their pocket. Everyone's worried about 5G. So the fight is they let net neutrality rules stand on home connections, but mobile, nope, that's where they matter. The most recent example, I have both an iPhone and an Android phone. Recently on Android, they disabled the ability to block ads on YouTube. You used to be able to do it before, but now you can't do it. And they removed it from everywhere. That's something that should not be allowed. But because there are no net neutrality rules that says, hey, this is a pipe like any other pipe, you can't discriminate between the pipes, they get to do that stuff whenever they feel like it. That is the problem we're describing. And because that world exists, the only way, from a technical perspective, the only way you'll live in a world where things like Stadia can thrive, things like xCloud can thrive, that means the mobile internet has to be also a utility. So anyone that wants to use it,
States, right? Not the rest of the world.
No, in the United States. I'm speaking specifically about the United States because other rules govern differently. And so that we understand, I've lived in Europe most of my life. I moved to America in 2001, so a lot of my thoughts have European influence as well as America.
Kay Asante reminds everyone of that more than
I'm speaking to Code because he might not understand that. He might not understand that. The reason why I say this is because I've seen it work elsewhere. That's why I say what I'm saying now.
And this is also why Microsoft Xbox division itself has been marketing xCloud in South Korea,
that's right,
Japan, because they have a better chance in those areas where the infrastructure is set up to allow it to work. There are less barriers to getting it to work, and the only barrier is actual consumers wanting to do it and play the games that are available in the service.
Exactly, 100%. So long story short, that is the reason why you cannot compare the PlayStation business model as it exists and the Xbox business model. They have different masters. They have different objectives, different goalposts for their goal, right? Xbox wants to succeed when anybody, like you said, anybody can pick up their phone, their PC, their TV, and just connect the controller, and you're off to the races. That works when all internet is ubiquitous and even Steven in America. That does not exist today. So that's why you'll hear Spencer say, "Oh, it's an option, not the main priority." Because even if the tech is there and ready to go, they can't make it happen because even a small thing of like 5G. There's 5 different versions of 5G. Well, 3. There's the fake stuff that America tries to tell everybody. There's the 4G plus that they changed the logo on. Then there's real millimeter wave 5G, which is technology that's screaming speeds if you're like 5 feet from it.
All right, so
that's the only place it's fast. So even that must mature before we can actually have that world continue. Go ahead.
All of that is fantastic.
But
do you understand that the cloud part of it is only one portion of my argument? I know we spent 20 minutes talking about.
No. I wanted you to understand where I was coming from. But continue.
I'm the guest. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed that 20 minutes, sir. So don't be talking about it like you're throwing shade.
Most folks don't understand that part.
We had that conversation.
Fantastic.
All right.
Most folks don't understand that net neutrality part, and that part is very important. But continue. Go ahead.
I enjoyed that. Nobody listening to this bot. Go ahead.
But please, go ahead.
Everything you said didn't need to be explained to me, right? So
okay.
No, yes, it did, because I asked like 80 questions, so blame me on that part.
No. I'm saying Kay is making that argument as though he's making it to me.
No. I'm not making it specifically to you. I'm saying in general, the reason why that's a problem is because of what we have. But you had more to say. Go ahead.
We understand that was just like a minor sub point of yours, but I really did take us off because he started explaining the thing, and then SloMo jumped in, and I had questions, and SloMo's in the article. And I'm asking
it's an interesting place we could go.
That's on me, Everborn. Don't blame Kay Asante this time. You can get him on the next one.
But continue, Everborn. You had a broader point. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I made the broader point earlier. It is Microsoft has traditionally, if you look at every sort of competitive market that they've been in, whether it is mobile, whether it is streaming music, whether it is everything, they tend to overreact when they lose a market, right? And so we can look at what they did with phones. We can look at what they did with Windows. So, for example, Windows is on top, and they got completely caught off guard by what Apple did in the mobile space, right? So their reaction to that wasn't to evolve Windows.
I would argue they didn't get caught off guard. They were hubris, but continue. They didn't get caught off guard. They saw what Apple was doing. They thought it wouldn't work.
They've literally said they got caught off guard, but that's neither here nor there. Okay. So they basically contorted Windows itself into trying to make
a mobile platform.
Right. Even though that's not why people use Windows, right? And so the only reason the Series S exists is because they did not want to be beaten on price. Would you agree that? So it only exists to be a cheaper SKU? I
don't think so. I think there's more to it than that. I think that is a very potent argument. I'm not denying that. But based on all the technology that's in there, I
agree with everyone on that. I do think they only exist so they can have a lower price point.
Absolutely.
Because you know the reason why I'm saying that? I'm saying this, and I could be wrong. You know, this is just speculation on my part. The reason why I'm saying that is because the Series X is all about, we're the hardest, the strongest, whatever. And yes, there's back and forth debates on that. The Series S has such intelligent tech in it that it can shoot way above its weight. It just hasn't been able to prove that yet because no games have been made that utilize that yet. You don't just make. Let me finish my. Let me make
about what the technology can do, but we're talking about what the intention of the device.
No,
was
but
from the very start.
I guess my point is you don't add that much intelligence of optimization rather than speed into it if you're not looking for the long run. If this was just we need to be cheaper than them. We need to be cheaper than them play. They could have just removed certain key features, just like PlayStation did, and just keep it exactly the same thing. They really thought about it.
No, because what you said earlier, when they did the engineering analysis, they didn't think that didn't think the tipping point would happen in enough time to
then upgrade the hardware. Yes, I understand that.
But PlayStation, again, like a couple of people have said, like Everborn has said specifically, I mean, they both doing this engineering analysis, but PlayStation also did, in my opinion, a better job at the market analysis. And Xbox, the only reason they have a Series S is because they needed a cheaper price point for what you and them call the casual gamers.
Their market analysis told them that $299 is the sweet spot for console gamers. And they look at the history of all these. Yes, all these generations, that is when it picks up, right? That is when you hit those economies of scale. When you hit that price.
And my opinion on it is both can be true. Like, I don't see that it's just that play. But then again, to me, the jury is still out on whether that works.
And what the other play is. You just said that it's for the long haul. What does that mean?
Well, what I mean by the long haul is, as we know, we're in the mid-gen right now, where most games are being built cross-generational. When they start really just targeting the next quote unquote next gen SKUs, the idea is, Series S will lose steam quickly because it's not as comparably spec'd.
No. I want you to say, I'm sorry, that was rude. I'm sorry, sir. But I'm not. It doesn't seem like you're answering my question. I'm saying,
please.
Microsoft released the Series S to have a lower price point and for the long run, is what you're saying, and yours doesn't make sense to me. What does that mean?
Yes. And what I mean by the long run is the idea. See, so there's this, and Everborn says this as well, and I disagree. There's this idea that there's an elevation. Okay, so 1080p is this quality, and then 1440p is higher, and then 4K is better, right? That's the elevation of better. And I think that they're getting away from that idea. And I think I spoke with you, SloMo, about this as well, because when they did that last gen, they saw that 4K, and both PlayStation and Xbox did that. They saw that narrative had diminishing returns because 4K can only go so far, and with the idea of what do you call it, upscaling and all that, it makes the whole proposition more murky. So instead, they're not going for smarter, not harder, right? And what I mean by the long haul is the idea is when there will come a time when the hardware is outpaced because it's not as capable, right? And that's the idea that, oh, well, that's why PlayStation just took out the disk drive and kept everything the same, so they have less of that issue. I think that halfway through this gen, maybe even through the next iteration of whatever the next gen consoles will be, you will still see 4K TVs be the same relative spread that you see today.
Well, okay,
because people don't see that.
They just could have made the Series X only.
Basically, and that's what they did. But let's be clear. That's what the Series S is. It is a next gen evolution of the Xbox One X. Because it's basically the same thing. They souped it up just a little bit.
So
they used new optimized. I'm sorry?
Why did they make 2 consoles?
I think they made 2 consoles because there are those who want to be part of the next gen, right? Because certain games won't work, right? Certain features won't be available. You hear ray tracing everywhere. You want a part of that, right? They made a console that can do that, but that console was an evolution of the 1S, which is the Series S, right? Then they made the barn burner of the we're not going to be.
But why not just make one?
Because you can't. Like you guys have rightfully pointed out, you can't make both the most powerful and the cheapest console in one. You can't do that, right? You can't. I do agree with you that price was a factor, a very heavy factor in the equation, but I'm not sure that it was the only factor in the equation.
Can I make an argument real quick about the
Please.
Series S? I believe that they created the Series S, as we have already all agreed to, that they needed to have a SKU, a device for next generation that was cheaper than the competition, so they aren't beat on price ever again. But also, it reaches a different demographic than the current demographic that we tend to discuss gaming with. Like us. For someone who would choose to get a system for their child and their child doesn't know what 4K is or resolution or any of that of stuff, or for the person who already has a device that is more powerful than the Series X but can't play certain games and choose to get one. I don't know who that is. That might be somebody too. That might be somebody on this panel. I don't know.
Well done, sir. Well done.
but also, like, remember, like a couple years ago when Spider-Man came out, and we're seeing they came out with that. So they came out with the PlayStation 4, base PlayStation 4, not the Pro, but the base PlayStation 4 Spider-Man bundle.
Yep.
Where during Christmas time, do the holidays, that thing was selling out like crazy. Like it was like people had carts of them. It was selling everywhere. And the reason why is that Spider-Man was such a hot commodity at that time, and the system was so cheap.
Yep, they had iterated so many times that hardware was basically it was all profit at that point.
Yeah. So now imagine in 2023, 2024, they coming out with Fable, they coming out with Avowed, they coming out with they hyping up the next Elder Scrolls. They're showing all the games that they have got in the pipeline with Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda and all that stuff. And someone goes, man, I really want to play that. But I already bought a PlayStation 5, but I may not have $500 or whatever the price is for a Series X.
We got something for you.
I don't care about. I just want to play the game.
That's right.
Get into the ecosystem real cheap. That's the difference.
It's just one other avenue
than the main.
That was Everborn's point, though, SloMo.
No, but that's not the sole point, though.
Well, still,
no, I'm pretty much on Everborn's side, but I was just trying to bring a different aspect to it. Like I understand what I understand what Kay Asante is saying, but I think that it's just like the overarching point for them is that this generation, they wanted to always have an option that was cheaper than their competition.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Because like the digital PS5 is always going to end up being more expensive than the Series S.
Exactly.
And if you have games that digital PS5 does not have, then therefore here is a reason why you can just spend $300 or less, depending, as time goes on, in order to get into the ecosystem.
And look at the hardware comparisons real quick. I'll let you speak, everyone, I promise. Look at the hardware comparisons real quick right now. Right now, if you buy the consumer grade version of that processor that's inside the Series S, it costs more than the Series S itself. Just the processor. Yes, it's not like for like. There's little slight differences. But even today, the processor, one component of that whole CPU, that whole console, costs more at retail than the whole entire thing. So they're in it to not. You're absolutely right. I'm not denying that price was a big factor in that equation, right? Like I'm not saying that's not the case. What I am saying though is, and I think SloMo, you thread the needle rather well there, because that is available to them. They never have to worry about the Series X pricing, and they have that analysis that tells them that those prices ain't gonna go down to the point where they're gonna be able to discount the Series X drastically anyway. At least based on their forecasting. It could still happen.
I think the technology they put into the Series S is to make sure that for this entire generation, it's still very the same
capable.
Games that will play on Xbox Series X will be playable on the Series S. Definitely not at the same.
It doesn't have to be tip of the spear. No, you want the tip of the spear? We got something for you. That's Series X.
Because I think it's around this to be a very good point in the chat that Flight Simulator will play on the Series S, but it does not play on the Xbox One X.
Exactly.
That overclocked Jaguar CPU is
still dog shit in comparison
of playing that game in any shape or form. And in most games, can't play those games at 60 frames per second, where the Series S will play the games at 60 because the CPU is light years better.
Exactly.
Even though it's lacking in RAM.
So it's not just
GPU,
it's not just a play for cash in the beginning. It's a play for cash, true, but it can establish itself in the market independent of even the big brother, because it's capable and it will continue to be capable throughout the whole
I'm
gen.
hearing all of this, but none of that is actually saying why they decided to make it. That's just saying the benefit of it now that it exists. It's clear that they made it. It exists solely to be a cheaper option for price-conscious gamers. Everything else on top of that is just gravy. They did not sit down to engineer it for any of those things that you said.
So
if that's not the case, if you're right, if that's not the case and they didn't engineer it for any purpose than that, right, then I guess my question is, why didn't they? Then they should have done what PlayStation did. They should have just removed a component that can easily be lost and make it that price.
We agree.
But that's clearly not the case.
Clearly that it was the better strategy, because
no, I still disagree with that. But okay, we will see.
We gotta wait. So that's the thing, K. Asante. So here's the thing I'm noticing from you, sir. So at certain parts of the conversation, you say, "Well, we're only talking about right now," and then at other parts of the conversation, you don't want to talk about right now. You want
no. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, Code. You could be right. It could be.
So just talking about right now, the Series S is not selling.
But who says that? Where is that? I haven't heard that it's not selling. Who said that? You see it in more places, but that has absolutely nothing to do with it's not selling. It could be that there's more allocated towards the S than the X.
Well, at the end of the day, the Series X stores, retailers can't keep in stock because the demand is so high. The Series S is readily available because the demand isn't as high.
But that's not. See, you're making an assumption based on the information you have, and that's an assumption.
Let's say that is largely true, even though we don't have the split of what's selling, at this current time.
But we know what's available. Do you think
that will remain consistent? The split between what sells in regards to the Xbox Series consoles on into the future.
Well, so this is speculation on this part, right? Like, so what's not speculation is that the Series S is readily available. It's not speculation.
No, yes, it's not speculation that it's readily available.
Oh, yeah.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I'm just saying we don't know.
But what I consider you speculating is that you're saying because it's not selling as well. I don't think that's the case. I think they're emphasizing the S over the X right now, and that's why you see a lot more of it. That's my thought on it. But that's speculation.
That means it's not selling.
No, what I'm saying is there's limited hardware run. We all know that because of the chip shortage and all that.
Okay,
the decisions that series.
Let me ask you a different question.
Well, let me answer the question you asked me first.
No, I'm withdrawing that question because you're giving me a sidestep answer that's not really.
I'm not giving you a sidestep answer. I'm not.
Okay, it's not the question I wanted to ask. What I am proposing is that if there are 10 Series S's on a shelf, if those were 10 Series X's instead, they would have sold where the S did not. The demand,
and that may very well be true. That may very well be true.
That is
and that may very well be true. But what I'm trying to tell you is, even if that may very well be true, you cannot see Series S's out there and go, well, that's because they're not selling. There's been a lot of decisions. It could have easily been. It could easily. They are even at the beginning of the selling of the next gen. Even at the beginning of the selling of the next gen, they were putting more stock in Series S than they were X. That has not changed.
I understand it, and
so that could explain why you see more S's than X. It doesn't automatically have to mean that it's not selling.
That's exactly what it means, Asante. Look, if there are 3 Barbie dolls on a shelf, that means those 3 Barbie dolls are there because they didn't sell.
I disagree with you, but we can move forward.
Okay, so they are sold. So they're sitting on the shelf. They sold. The people just ain't came to pick it up yet.
If it's not selling as fast as the Series X, but it's still selling. It's still selling, just not selling. It's just
but the question is, can you go right now anywhere and find a Series S? Like you can't. Like right now, go anywhere.
At MSRP.
At MSRP. Find me one website.
I'm going to bestbuy.com right now. Let's see what we gonna.
Maybe they still have them. Yes, I do see them more often.
It's not available at Best Buy, Target, Walmart, or Amazon.
It's not available anywhere. It's just they're emphasizing more the S, and then they come and they sell. So like you can't just go right now feeling like I want to buy a Series S and go do that. You can't. So what are you trying to say? Like if it's still available and anybody can just get it, then okay, I hear you. You can't. It comes, it sells, just like the PlayStation, just like the Series X.
But I still don't think that Code is wrong. Saying that they're all selling out, people would have bought the X if it was available. And my argument is, because what I think is happening, Kay, is I think that you are suffering from what I like to call Excel syndrome, which is what Microsoft often suffers from, whereas they will read spreadsheets and look at these data points and make decisions, not thinking about the human element of these things, right? Everything you said makes sense on paper, but you have to take into account.
But see, I'm thinking that because you want an X and you think the X is more valuable, you can't see why anybody wants an S over an X.
I didn't say that. That's not what I said at all. I have a Series S right now. My daughters have it upstairs.
So I'm at Walmart.com right now. Xbox Series S, add to cart.
Okay, so it's available on Walmart.
It might be available at your Walmart.
It also says available with Xbox All Access.
Because I'll tell you, it's not available where I am. I've been looking. I looked before I said that. So, maybe it depends on where you are. It's not available here.
It's $379.
$379? They increased the price.
Walmart allows resellers to sell.
So it's one of those. It's one of those. They sold it and they're reselling it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So like all of them are like $388, $379.
Okay. So they're there, but they're not actually they're officially sold. They're being sold by people trying to make a little bit of money.
Which, if you think about it, you could get a PS5 right now if you want to. You want to spend $1,000? Go for it.
The Series X is $875.
The Series S.
Right, Series X is $875.
$875. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, my point is, I just don't think you may be looking at the human element of this, right? And I think that are you suggesting that right now they would not sell every Series X they made, or if they did an all digital, because the Series
I'm not
S,
suggesting that.
To our earlier point, they started out with the $299 price and said, how do we get there? Looking at that was their market analysis, right? And again, why do this other than hitting that price? And did they have to be so low? This is all about the fear of when they didn't know exactly what Sony was going to do. If they knew that Sony's price point was going to be $399 and $499, I don't think the Series S would exist today. I think that they would have made a all digital Xbox and called it a day. And so my thing has always been, and I said this in the spaces to the Xbox guys yesterday, whatever the business reason for a company is to make something that I'm buying, that's none of my fucking business.
Sure, that's not your concern,
right?
Yes.
So the Series S exists because Microsoft needs it to exist, not because I need it as a customer.
No, of course
not.
I
don't just mean me. I'm saying by and large,
by the public in general. Yeah, there's no argument there.
Do you always believe that the PS5 all digital will be $100 more than the Series S? And I say that to say, right? Do you think that do you think that Sony will be able to close the gap in terms of price?
Well, I don't think so. I don't
S?
think so, because if you look at the specs, and now we're talking spec talk. If you look spec for spec, if the PS5 gets cheaper, the Series S will get cheaper than that, because they're exactly the same specs by and large. They're just clocked differently, different components here and there. But when the PlayStation gains a foothold as far as we can make it $50 cheaper, so can Series S, because it's the same spec hardware coming from the same source.
But part of that pricing is whether you
Series S
can
on sale on Amazon.
Code not letting that go.
for retail price, but it's Amazon UK, but it's right here.
Okay. Well, and UK allotments tend to be different than US, but
there's a lot more demand, I think, in the US
than there is UK.
But UK is one of the strong markets for Xbox, though. Mm-hmm. But sure. But again, so my point is, for me, what rubs me the wrong way about the Series S is because it exists for a business reason for Microsoft, and not really a reason for me as the consumer. And I think everybody that wants an Xbox and they couldn't afford $599 would have been able to come out and get it for $399 if they did all digital. I think that is the right price for this market. And we're talking about the market and not talking to me and all of that. But I think that leaves out the fact that the console market, right? I understand their hardware agnostic model, and they're going to bring people in through mobile and PC. That all makes sense to me. But we're talking about consoles right now, right?
I'm going to continue the tradition of featuring people who agree with me. Here we go. Continue. Yes.
Of course. Don't worry. I do the same on
continue.
On the reel. But my point is it is actually us. They say the average age of the gamer goes up by 1 year every year, at least according to Phil Spencer, right? Yep. Who's oversaw the Series S. So if that is what the market data tells them, if the average age of a gamer is going up by 1 year every year, that tells you that it's mostly the same gamers that are.
Yep, that's what Sean Layton said. Yep.
If that's the case, then the easy argument to be made is that the Series X is for you and the Series S is for your kids, because they know that you got them by now. How about that? Because there's no way you'll buy a Series S for the Series X for your kids if you can buy them a Series S.
I think what remains to be seen is if the market of gamers like my daughters that only play, Minecraft and Roblox, if that market is large enough to justify the existence, and is the trade-off of having to support that device throughout the entire generation, is that worth it for the amount of gamers that it will bring in?
So let
me jump. Go ahead, Code. Yeah,
I think, I'm listening to y'all, and y'all have obviously discussed this so many times. but I think that it might just be me since I'm a newcomer to the conversation, but I think we're missing something. And I think Everborn and forget the Series S specifically, this little white speaker. Take that whole thing out of your mind. If you look at the idea that Xbox would like to have a luxury model and a more price conscious model, and if we all agree that those are good ideas, and I think we do, I think the actual conversation is, did the price conscious model need to look like it does now, or was there a better option for a price conscious model? And I think that's what Everborn is saying, that they can focus on another model that is price conscious, but it could have looked very different than this.
You mean like been almost the same as the original, as the Big Brother, is what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying, then that's when he's adding the aspect of time, because by the time this market is ready for the thing that we're talking about and they're ready to jump in, economies of scale and other things will have kicked in so that they can actually get the Series X now at a cheaper cost.
Yes. No, I hear him on that. And I guess my argument to that is, the reason why I think that was not decided this time around is because last time historical information was in their favor. And they're already forecasting that this time around historical information is not in their favor. They will not be able to have that economies of scale that we saw last time. At least that's their forecast. That's why I keep saying let's wait, because they could be wrong.
Aspect, but then if you look at the competitor disagrees with that assessment.
Sure, exactly. And that's why I'm like, let's wait and see, because they both have made calculations. We don't know which one will win yet. We see where it's going, but the jury's still out on that. That's not me hedging. That's me just saying they both made very smart companies, right? Very smart companies that do very intelligent things with it. He says about the $1 trillion company who's making more money than God.
No, that's Microsoft. That ain't Xbox. Shit, don't start that.
What?
Listen,
so you're saying Xbox and Microsoft are two different companies?
Let's not do that. Let's not do that right now.
Xbox is a division of Microsoft that cannot survive on its own. What's up, Slow?
Yeah,
he got to go.
He needs to run. Let's cause it.
Appreciate you. Last data point I want to add is my daughters who have the Series X and enjoy it, they were not clamoring for it. They would have been absolutely fine with the 1S that they had. They were just like, oh, this loads faster. It's nice. So I don't know that they're going out and looking for that. But
no, I understand that. But like you said, every gamer grows the average age of a gamer grows a year every time, right? So they know that it's not the parents.
Let's get SloMo and then we'll come back to that.
We're done. We're done anyway. We had a crazy 4-hour 2 episodes in one.
Hey, I'm telling you,
sir.
When you got 5 million followers, you're gonna look back on this. You're gonna be, because we gave the people everything we had. We left it out on the.
No, I love these conversations, man, and I appreciate you guys coming on and surprising me. And this is great. I think this is what this show is supposed to be about. You join the circle. We have conversations. We don't have to agree, but it's been a great time all around. So I will say, let me give Mr. SloMoBackSlap his chance to speak. Please tell the fine people where they can find you. Let them know that your name isn't 2080 Ti, is better than Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5. Tell them where you're available, please.
Tell them where he can't be found. This is the hardest working man in podcast.
That's right. Go ahead, SloMo.
Hey, look, I appreciate the invite. SloMoBackSlap everywhere: Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. Y'all have a great afternoon. Come check out Scumcast this evening at 8 p.m.
We will be there. Scumcast.
8 p.m. Eastern. And you guys take care, man. Peace.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Peace,
and you know what? Optimus Code, please. You surprised us. You came out of left field, but you added to the conversation. I appreciate you challenging, and I appreciate that we continue to have this conversation. We'll continue to have it, moving forward. We'll definitely invite you back for another episode. Tell the fine people where they can find you and what you're doing on the internet this week.
Look here, man. I appreciate the invite, man. I'm sorry it was last minute, but I really did have some appointments. I appreciate y'all extending the time for a brother, man. That's love. I'm feeling the love. And I don't show up in too many Xbox territories, just to let you know.
This is not
Xbox territory.
Hey,
Bam.
I appreciate the love. I really do. And I don't got no advertising. None. If people really want to find me, I ain't hard to track down. So I appreciate it, y'all.
Yeah, he's very easy to find. As soon as some negative Microsoft news comes
Find
up,
the smoke.
Spaces.
Find the smoke. He's usually at the end of the smoke. There's smoke in the air. You get to the end of the smoke, that's where he is. Find the smoke. Look at the smoke signals. Anyway, so I will also big salute to the man Gaming Forte for also joining us. It seems like it was a different episode, but it was the same one. He joined us as well. So shout out to SloMo and Forte. Make sure you check out their DPS podcast. I will keep all their information in the show notes, so anybody that comes and watches this will be able to go into the chat, go into those notes and get all that information they need. Mr. Everborn Saga, before we break out and go rest our lungs, where can the fine people find you this weekend?
Everborn Saga everywhere, PlayStation, Xbox. I probably won't be playing on PlayStation until Kenna comes out, but
Kana, say it right, sir.
Kana. Sorry, it's like you got to say it with an Australian accent. But I'm also on Steam and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, but most importantly, everbornsaga.com, where you can get these Everborn comics / mangas. And we got chapter 4 coming out this month. So if you ended on that cliffhanger in chapter 3 and you want to know what happens next, chapter 4 is right around the corner. I will be making that announcement as to what day it will be coming out very soon. Just finishing up some final edits. Every Thursday at 8, we do On the Reel, where we talk about, it's just like this, but we talk about TV and movies. And
Just slanderous.
On Mondays, you can catch me and Kay Asante on Boom's channel, Primetime Gaming, at 7 p.m. Used to be at 8, but somebody put out their show like we didn't exist at 8 o'clock. But that's neither here nor there.
Stop being slanderous, man. Come on now.
All right. That's all I got to say about that, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you so much.
Around. OG,
Thank you.
TK
Yes.
Cole, Ashton.
So OG came up a little late, but he brought some facts with him. So I'll feature him real quick before we go. This is not a PlayStation or an Xbox territory. This is gaming territory, please.
It is definitely not a PC territory, though.
Meaning we play everywhere. We play
Except
everything
PC.
everywhere.
Man,
including PC, good sir.
I know a bot when I see one.
We play everywhere. Thank you.
That's what bot would say. Yeah.
Oh, stop that! Come on.
That's
bot defense mechanism. I play everywhere.
See, that's it. It's no neutral.
See, and then we bring back, and then we all of a sudden roll back to the beginning of this podcast. The politics of the gaming culture, my friends. The politics of the gaming culture. You're either one of us or you're one of them. You know. Anyway,
yeah, man.
So thank y'all so much for sticking it out with us. If you didn't watch the whole show, I understand because it's a long one. I hear you, but thank you so much for those who did. TK Cole, you came in a little late, but we salute you, sir, and Big Bad Mo and everybody in the chat. Pixel, thank you guys so much for continuing to rock with us, continue to be a part of the conversation. We always appreciate it. And as Everborn has said, you can catch us on Mondays on Boom's channel with the Primetime Gaming. You can catch us on Thursdays on The Real at Everborn Saga's channel. Please subscribe to that man's channel if you haven't, and make sure you like these videos. So far, how many? 17 episodes in? I have not gotten a single dislike on any single video we've made. Not a single dislike. I'm sure that's going to ruin it. I'm sure that's going to ruin it.
No.
You an asshole. Don't do that.
If I'm here, you're going to get a dislike. Absolutely.
Hey.
Dislikes follow me.
Code, you have been on a previous episode. Even that episode got no dislikes. So here we are. We shall see. But anyway, I appreciate the community. I appreciate y'all continuing to come out. If you haven't hit that like button, please do. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Check out all these amazing creators, these people on the internet. Find them. Subscribe to them, follow them. I'll put all their information in the show notes. But it's been a long episode. My throat is killing me. I think we pause.
Listen, man, I gotta go, man.
We out of here. Yeah.
Till next week. Good night, everybody. Peace out.